everybody. Welcome to the pub. It's Saturday night, and I hope you all had a good week. Getting through the winter. Slightly warmer today, but still below freezing, so whatever. Let's see, we got about 6 days left in the month, so on to the next one, and then we're into March. You know what I mean? And once March is here, you start to get a few buds on the trees, and everything's turning around. So stick with it, y'all. We're almost there. Let's get this just right. All right, cool. I don't like all that glare. That'll have to do. Fine. Yeah, lots of stuff to discuss this week. Sound good? Yeah, so I definitely want to go through as much as possible that's been coming down the line in politics here in the United States, because there's definitely a good bit there. Let's see if this will clean up. Ooh. Better. Actually, it's a lot clearer. Yeah, got to remember to clean that tiny camera lens. Always wondered if getting a better camera would improve this, but you know, what are you going to see? My ugly mug, all my tools, and random fishing rods behind me. So it isn't like I need high definition to improve the quality here. And I got all you guys for your great insight. RW, Last Dance, and whoever else might join us. Had some cool people last week. We had one guy, not sure who he was, actually stuck with us for a while. Then he turned around and trolled me with some nasty video, which is unfortunate, because I just want to have a chat here with people, you know. Can't believe it's not butter. Right on. I don't remember that. Was there a guy there with long hair and a beard in those commercials? No, I don't recall. I do not recall. Who was it that said that? Like 20 times at a deposition or questioning or something. Fabio, right. That's funny. I forgot about Fabio. Can't believe it's not butter. Just said that with an Irish accent. Obviously, Fabio was not Irish. But yeah, just tons of stuff to get into, man. I'm really, really excited to get you guys going on here. I'm going to twist this baby up, attempt to play a little guitar, then get this thing rolling. Already got 13 people watching. That's cool. Banksy is I may have mentioned me on one of his streams, and I think I may have picked up a few new subscribers. Thank you, Banksy. He's the man. I'll find a link to his channel and put that up here maybe a little bit later once things open up a little. And yeah, it's always cool to get new people. We do have a lot of Brits and a lot of Americans here, but on occasion we do get other people from other places, which is always fun. But between the UK and the US, plenty to discuss. Plenty. Let's get this number rolled up. Don't poke through, you son of a bitch. Right. Just rolling up a little smoke here. So pardon the silence. Yeah. All right. Do a little quick jam with the old Fender Stratocaster. Fix the sound. which is imperative so you guys can hear the whole thing. All right, test. Sounded like Primus. All right, let me know how the sound is here. Volume warning. Hear that well, Last Dance? Not well, okay. We'll see. Maybe better. All right, we're back. Oh, what the fuck? Your screen? So, what was it from last week's show or something? All right, I'll fix it. All right, try that one. What did I miss? Oh, Topple's here. What's up, buddy? Oh, we got whitehouse.gov presidential actions. Okay, interesting. Let me fix my audio and get rid of this sweatshirt. And then I'm going to pop you on here whenever you're ready, Last Dance. Just lose this sweatshirt. I'll be right back. Microphone. Microphone's good, I hope. Cup of tea. I just did a little jam session and came back and fixed the mic, I think. So let me know. Good. All right. Good to see you, Cup of tea. Anyone else show up besides Topple? Topple, good to see you, brother. No. Okay. Private. Okay. Link is fixed. How did that happen? Let's find out. How did that happen?
Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday. Ooh, yeah.
Still working on the McAllens. Quite good.
Yeah, yeah. Good stuff.
I don't know how it happened. I just copy and pasted it. Somehow I backspaced over the last character of the link. So the link ends in MHB. I only put up MH for some reason.
Sure. That happens.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah.
But we're rolling. Wow, what a week, huh?
Amazing.
Yeah.
Mostly good stuff. Mostly great stuff, in my opinion, of course, from the Trump administration on those executive orders, but not exclusively great stuff. There's some stuff I don't really like that much, but there's just some stuff that I really, really love.
Well, let's go with the easy route on your personal opinions. What did you really love?
Oh man, I just go through them really. I loved the ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity.
That has to do with DEI.
It's not directly, but yeah, it's another thing about DEI. Reforming the federal hiring process and restoring merit to government service, big win. Ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing, huge win. Defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. I don't like the title, but I like, for the most part, the executive order.
Now, speaking of biological, that one person who's became quite famous, I think it's a trans woman who was previously a man. Is it Rachel Levine? Is that right?
Yes, that she was the assistant secretary of Health and Human Services, I think.
But military, right?
Not really. She's part of the like the Surgeon General or something. It's not really military. They do wear a uniform, but they're not. I don't think they're in the military.
Now, do you think that I think she is correct, was like well qualified for that job, or hired for the reason that you're against?
I have no idea.
You don't know a lot about her.
No, I don't know her qualifications. I assume she's qualified, well qualified. I wouldn't know about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think she's a physician. So
Right. Sure. So it wouldn't put you off from hiring somebody for a particular position if they were trans or whatever, a minority, as long as their merit.
wouldn't put me off at all. Wouldn't even
Right.
bat an eye at it.
So you think in some cases people were put in these positions predominantly for their race or?
I do, because you have to remember that Joe Biden, I don't really think he had a lot to do with the day-to-day running of the White House, even from day one, from 2020, January 20th, 2021. I don't think he was that involved. I think he was already pretty well out of it. So I think these are just basically people who did the hiring were trying to score identity points to a large extent with a lot of these hires, and a lot of White House policy as well. So, certainly if you look at Biden's Senate record, he was nowhere near this radical as a senator, a Democrat from Delaware. Never. And that was kind of what he promised. I'm just middle of the road Joe is kind of what he would say. No, I'm no radical. I'm Joe Biden.
Right.
That's why a lot of these policies, and a lot of the tweets and so forth, they just didn't. There was no way they would ever have come from Biden's hands or from his pen.
Yeah. So you're saying that he wasn't really. He was along for the ride in a way, going along with
to a large extent, I think he was. I think people presented completed policies and told him about it, and he signed off on them, and that was the extent of his involvement. I think he didn't really know what he was signing half the time. There's some evidence has come out lately that has suggested that as well.
What is that in particular?
I'm trying to remember, but he said something like the thing I signed was this, and this. And that wasn't what he signed. And he didn't even seem to realize that he hadn't done it. But I don't remember the details. It was maybe a week or two ago, maybe, well, let's see, 2 weeks ago, maybe. His last week in office.
Well, that's kind of disturbing,
It is disturbing. Now, it's always possible that he did know what he was signing, and he forgot it when he was being questioned about it. Who knows where the problem is? Is it when he's enacting the policy, or is it when he's describing what he did?
Sure.
You never know for sure, and the press never inquired. At least the mainstream media never really pushed it, never really used their sources to find out what was going on. This is a Democratic administration, the Biden administration, so the left-wing liberal press had the best sources, but they never used them to kind of find out details about what's happening behind the scenes. And I think even if they did learn those details, they were going to protect Biden and try and help him get elected. And then after Biden bowed out, they were going to try and help Harris get elected. So, what we call the legacy media is in pretty bad shape. Nobody trusts them.
Yeah, I mean, last week on CNN, Anderson Cooper was kind of joking, like, well, people aren't watching the news anymore, so they're not informed.
Oh, they're informed.
They're
not misinformed, right?
Right. It's kind of funny. He seemed genuinely disturbed that people have turned away from the mainstream media, and in his mind, they're getting false information from other places. And
They
that, and,
always get. I mean, that's always a risk, absolutely. But they got so much false information from CNN, and Anderson Cooper, him personally, put out lots of shit. Never took any blame, and never corrected the record. Never uh, admitted what was going on inside CNN, and so I don't. I think he does not have the moral high ground to criticize anybody. He should look internally, and there he'll find all sorts of faults. He'll find that he misled viewers, was partisan, didn't correct the record when the facts showed that the claims he made or implied, were totally false.
anything
And,
in particular on that stands
oh,
out from
I mean,
him?
he was, he was involved in every deception and hoax from Russiagate, and
Right.
reporting it and amplifying it, from Russiagate to the Hunter Biden laptop to Charlottesville, to everything all along the way. It's
Hmm.
he and everybody at CNN were involved in that, and what are you going to do? Nobody, unless you're already in that echo chamber, you're not going to trust what Anderson Cooper has to say. And I don't think Anderson Cooper is interested in reporting the news. I don't think CNN is interested in reporting the news.
Do you think he genuinely knew he was telling falsehoods, lying, or do you
Well,
think he was thinking he was delivering the truth?
I can't be sure, to be honest. He's part of a kind of an echo chamber of progressive media, and so if he heard, oh, Russia, Trump is colluding with Russia, he may have believed what he heard because
Hmm.
everyone around him is saying it. Um, but that doesn't really excuse it just because he believes it. He's supposed to be a smart, skeptical journalist, able to discern facts from fiction, and uh, good, evidence from wishful thinking. Um, and I don't. It may be that he didn't outright lie, although he didn't admit when he got it wrong. See, they just memory hold all their mistakes.
Hmm.
Um,
That's a problem for a journalist.
yeah, exactly.
There's nothing more refreshing than when they fall on their sword and admit they were wrong. And it is increasingly rare these days. I mean, almost never.
No, and I, I think I don't know what's to become of TV media. I don't know if there's any. I don't. Let's suppose that CNN went back to a style of reporting, but to the ethics of, say, the Walter Cronkite years, where
Mhm.
the facts were more important than who benefits from them. Um, and you kept your personal partisan biases off of your reporting as best you could, and you had people sort of watching out, kind of double checking that bias didn't creep into your reporting, and that your sources were accurate rather than just made up or making shit up and leaking them to you.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Biscuit Vape's in the house. How you doing, bud? A lot of Trump praise since his inauguration, especially with Ukraine action. I'm ready to admit I was wrong. All the pieces are coming together. I especially like to see Putin folding. Interesting.
Well, that's probably a little premature to admit you were wrong, but I think things seem to be going in the right direction. But until there's a real peace agreement, I'm not I'm not going to say that things have turned around there. But I do think that we're finally starting to have discussions
Right.
with Russia and Ukraine. I think that at the very least, these you were able to talk to Russia about mutually beneficial actions.
Right. I mean, they're losing a lot of guys, and
Yeah, they're losing a lot of guys. They kind of made their point,
mhm,
that if you don't pay attention to Russia's security needs, as defined by Russia, there will be a price to pay.
right. They did make a point.
And
Although I don't think they did make that point in the best
no.
way.
Well, I agree. I don't think they did. I think the price was just too high for them. Even if nobody, even if you don't count the Ukraine price, the price just from Russia, I think, was too high in terms of lives lost, economic damage, uh, estrangement from the global economy,
Isolation, yeah, for sure.
isolation.
Yeah,
And, I think not only did Ukraine and Russia pay a price, but the global economy did by not having Russian energy to buy, by not having Russian food, you know, by not being able to, by severing Russia from the global aviation community. I think I think it was a lose, 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 lose situation,
Hmm.
and it's just mind-numbing that we just couldn't find a way uh, to make progress from that, which I which I blame Biden very much for.
Well, it didn't seem like he was engaging at all. It was
No,
more,
and his foreign policy experience is extensive, and he had at one time he had a fantastic command of uh, of the foreign policy issues. So this should have been his strength, and I think it's
clearly age affected that.
yeah, I think it's just more evidence that he just wasn't cognitively there, and he delegated it to others who didn't have his. Um, they didn't have his global understanding of things.
Sure. Yeah, it's really too bad because, like you said, I don't know, it was almost like he disappeared for long periods of time.
Yeah,
Money was going out, lots of money, and people here are like, well, yeah, we're all on the side of Ukraine, but come on now here, man, let's do more than just funnel billions of dollars over there and have it be questionably tracked, if tracked at all, which is a huge problem if we don't know exactly where it's going. If it's some form of like cash, I
yeah,
don't know. The whole I mean, the weapons thing, I don't love, but I do. My heart goes out to Ukraine.
absolutely.
I'm split on this one. I want it to end, but I don't want them to lose. They didn't do anything wrong.
No, they didn't,
Um,
and they don't owe Russia anything in my mind.
mhm.
I guess I just don't really care about um, who controls Donetsk, who controls Crimea. I don't like. I totally don't like the principle that Russia just goes in and takes it.
Mhm.
That's pretty unacceptable. But ultimately, I don't really care that much.
Ultimately, it's acceptable.
It is acceptable, and and I don't think the people who live there really care that much.
Oh, yeah, I hear you.
In Donetsk, in Crimea, and
They
so
don't. A lot of them speak Russian.
right. No,
Lugansk.
I don't think the fact that they speak Russian means that they should somehow, the Russia gets to take the land.
This is
But I
true.
do think that they just don't care that much,
Mhm.
which should bear some weight in the back and forth and what to do.
So you think they're not like patriotic Ukrainians there as much as maybe in
No,
other places?
not to a very large extent. I think there's more patriotic Russians than there are patriotic Ukrainians, and of course, the majority of people don't really care at all whether they speak Russian. They just want peace and prosperity. That's all most people care about, and I'm sure. I don't know these people, but I'm sure it's the same
Right.
in these Russian-speaking regions of Ukraine.
I'd love it. We never had, I don't even think we've ever had a Russian or a Ukrainian on here in all the time I've been doing it.
No,
I guess Anna's the closest.
Anna's the closest
Uh,
geographically.
maybe if you jump over all the way over to China, we've had that other fella. Was it There Are Four Lights?
Yeah, they are four lights, but he's not Chinese. He's
Right. Well, geographically
though,
there.
he's there and he knows what's happening on the ground. Oh
Yeah.
man, aphid lip.
Aphid Lips here, Biscuits here, Lee's here. All three of you guys could jump on if you want.
Yeah.
Johnny Grammaticus. Yeah, Greg Topple. Usually Greg is like a later arrival, but we're definitely.
I wish Aphid Lip would hop on early because I never get to hear from him
I don't know.
when he hops on later. Other people tend to hog all the sound.
Yeah, and those people could be here at any second.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all welcome.
Absolutely.
It goes the way that it goes. Hello, John.
I do miss chatting with Aphid Lip though.
I agree. He says 5, so he'll be on in 35.
35, right?
Yeah. Any interest in the declassification of the 3 assassination files?
I think it's good. Of course, nobody really, are you going to believe that they declassified everything, right?
Right, because we're not privy to what they have or haven't, so it's only what we get,
Right, exactly. But I think if it's true, I think it's all for the better. I don't think it's going to show anything to change anybody's mind. But I heard they were declassified, but I haven't seen any reporting about it. Well, what the contents were.
Right. I don't think it's going to, they're trying to decide how to release it or something like that. I think the most interesting one and sneaky could be RFK. I've heard some conflicting things about how Sirhan got so close.
Yeah.
I think the JFK one is going to be what we thought. It certainly wasn't the driver, and I don't think there was a second gunman.
I don't think there was a second gunman either. I think, the kinds of things that would be classified about Lee Harvey Oswald would be, and because the investigations would have been very thorough, they would have uncovered this.
Right.
Things like, attempts by the CIA to make contact with him, while he was, because he went to Cuba. He was kind of, a communist nut,
mm-hmm.
And the goal is always to infiltrate the enemy for whatever the CIA and the president think is the enemy. And so anybody who's in contact with the enemy, even if he seems to be an enemy of you, you try and make contact,
right.
See if they might be amenable, you feel them out. It's just how the game works.
Cuba rejected him. He went to the Cuban embassy in Mexico City, which at the time was a hotbed for spy activity.
Yep.
And they rejected him. They didn't want him. I mean, obviously he lived in Russia for a period of time. He met his wife there, married her, brought her to the States. There's a lot to be suspicious of him, and I'm actually kind of surprised they weren't thoroughly following everything he did, being that he was obviously a communist. There
were a lot of communists in 1962.
Wow, no kidding, huh?
Yes.
You don't hear about that too. I mean, to me as a kid during the Cold War, the one thing you hated above all else was commies,
Well, yeah. I mean, there was a lot of suppression and oppression of communists back then, but that didn't mean that, some people went that way, just like some people love Hamas, even though They see things differently. They see.
You mean you think there's Palestinians that love Hamas?
No, I mean like people, like your neighbors, people down the street in America.
I would think everybody in the world thinks that organization is horrendous.
No, you'd be wrong.
Huh.
I think I wouldn't equate Palestinian concern and Palestinian rights with support for Hamas, but I'm actually saying that I think that there is a large amount of support for Hamas amongst the left. They're seen as a, when if you take a look at that Washington Post reporter, I can't remember her name, but after the October 7th, she texted, "This is what did you think decolonization looked like?" And so they kind of see everything through a progressive left-wing lens, where Hamas is just representing the people who are being oppressed.
Well, a lot of Palestinians are angry with Hamas for continuing this.
No doubt, yeah.
And continuing, they can be angry at Israel too, because Israel's basically destroying everything until Hamas surrenders, and right. Hamas isn't surrendering, so the destruction. I mean, it's unbelievable. You've seen the videos, the pictures, the cities.
Yeah, it is unbelievable.
The people, the kids. It's as much to blame on anybody. I think it goes to Hamas.
I do too. I mean, it doesn't mean I excuse. I don't really excuse any war crimes by anybody, or anybody who doesn't take into consideration minimizing civilian casualties. I don't care if Hamas just slaughtered 1,000 of your people. That doesn't give you the right to slaughter theirs.
Yeah,
you have a right to defend yourself carefully and minimize casualties to innocent or non-combatant parties. I'm not there on the ground. I don't know what's happening, but there's a lot of evidence that I've seen that suggests Israel's not doing that. They are not minimizing non-combatant casualties. They're making no effort, it seems that.
True. Aphid, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Evening, gentlemen. How you doing?
All right.
Am I sounding good? Am I coming through the right mic? Everything.
You are. Everything is right.
Is my can you see all my bad complexion and?
Oh, your complexion looks good. I look fucking gray. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with my lighting? Pasty. But I
always look red. I think that's the.
I've been playing around with background. What do you think of this background? Doesn't it look like I'm coming out of a black hole?
Yeah, it does.
I like your actual. I guess is that your dining room? The background.
Yeah, it's a dining room.
I like that. It works. Some nice double hung windows. Aphid, how you doing, buddy? How was your week?
It was good, man. It was a good week. Yeah, got no complaints here.
All cleared up from the snow and everything. Everything's running back. The city's going full steam ahead.
I mean, the city's going good and everything. The snow's still sticking around, and it got to 50 today. But you get almost a foot of snow, and it's going to be around for a while.
Yep.
I mean, it's not. Well, actually, no. Our yard's pretty covered still, but that's mostly cool. Like you go to the parking lots and you see Mount St. Black snow. Every corner of the parking lot.
Yeah. Can you believe Pensacola, Florida, got 9 inches?
Did they really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know they got 9 inches.
No, that's amazing.
The city was driving around with some bros in the back of pickup trucks, like throwing salt out onto the roads by hand.
Oh, yeah, because they probably don't have nothing.
They got nothing, dude. And in all honesty, pre-treating snow with salt before the snow falls, you can actually melt the bottom layer, and then all the snow sits on top. Then it freezes underneath, and it can be worse. You got to clear the snow, then throw the ice melt. But just wild. I mean, some of the guys I watch who do like fishing channels on YouTube, they're out and like the day after the snow walking around. The roads are just solid ice and snow packed down. They have done nothing. Like I bet up till now, things are just getting going. But New Orleans got 9 inches. Another bizarre, just a weird weather pattern that the polar thing dipped down so far south. It's like crazy, man. Cool. I like it,
Yeah, everybody should get a little snow every once in a while.
Yeah, I'm already sick of it here.
Is it something that you guys would attribute to global warming? The snow going that far south?
I mean, I wouldn't. There's no way to know. You can't. Individual storms can't be attributed to global.
Yeah, everything.
There's too many variables.
Everything's not a false flag, and everything's not global warming's fault.
Mm.
Those are words to live by, gentlemen.
Yeah, might as well just log off right now.
I'm out of here.
Well, what about the fires in Cali? In Cali, that's had a strong global warming theme being pushed by some media.
But I mean, there were fires there were fires there in pre-colonial, occupation, pre-human civilization, prehistoric,
pre-Cumbrian or whatever,
Columbian, yeah.
Pre-cum.
Yep.
Yeah. Did I say that word right? Yeah, I did.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. The Santa Ana winds, we all have heard of it. They came in, they blow up the mountains in some places, and if a fire starts, it's gonna get blown by these strong winds. The rush to blame everything on global warming is, I think, it might be sort of hurting the cause a little bit.
I think it is too, because the individual storms don't have to be blamed on global warming for global warming to be a problem and to be a component of these issues. A bit larger storms than average. It's just that it will have it's not like you can find the fingerprints in an individual storm. It affects things on average. So on average, some storms will be worse. But on an individual storm, there's too many variables to possibly pick out the global warming variable in it. And anybody who says otherwise is lying.
I mean, it is something, the biggest thing that the 2 warmest years, I think, recorded since they've started for global climate were 23 and 24. So,
yeah.
But then how that trickles down and affects every individual weather event and disaster, that's where it becomes a lot harder to find and how to pick things out, It does exist. It is happening. I don't know. I mean, is Trump's definitely out on the wind turbines.
Yeah. Which I agree with.
Do you?
Yeah. I want I want to see us taking advantage of our resources. And
what about sun?
What about what?
Sun, solar.
Yeah, great. Absolutely.
Why not wind then? What the hell's the difference?
I mean, nothing against wind. It's just it doesn't. You don't get power when the wind's not blowing.
Hi, White.
Smoke White.
Yeah, that's true. You can pick areas that have more consistent winds, but of course, you don't get power from solar when there's clouds, or you get very minimal at least.
Yeah, but people are putting up solar panels on their own houses, and so it's gradually taking hold in that regard. I don't know that I want to see somebody pave the desert with solar panels and, radically alter the desert climate and flora and fauna.
Would it? I guess it would.
Well, if it's one way to get all the sun you need is to like pave the desert,
Right.
the desert Southwest with solar panels. Then you've sort of solved the problem. You still have a problem of distributing all that power to the rest of the country, but
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of energy that lands on the desert, a lot of solar energy that just gets wasted on plants and the desert landscape. But now it could be sucked up with solar panels.
Well, there's not a lot of plants in the desert. All you're doing is heating all that goddamn sand.
There's a lot of plants in the desert. Desert is beautiful. I visited the Anza Borrego Desert many times, and
It's a shithole.
it's it's a shithole. I love it there.
The Anza Borrego Desert. Could you name a more obscure desert? I mean, come on.
It's not that obscure. It's a desert near west of San Diego. It's actually quite large, quite a large area. Just gorgeous.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't know there was a desert there. That is cool. We have one cactus here that grows in Massachusetts. It's very hard to find. I mean, it grows like in the sand dunes and shit between, I don't know what exactly that area you would call, but sand dune type plants, beach grass and stuff like that.
Yep.
Below dry plants that live in the sand, you can occasionally come across these little brown cactuses, which are pretty wild.
What about a yucca? Is that a cactus?
It's not a cactus. It's a succulent, I think is what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of this girl.
Yep, exactly. Gives you a woody just saying it.
Yeah, thank you, Eastland. Appreciate that. Anyone else wants to join in? Come on here, guys.
Google it.
No, don't join in. We're fine. We're fine.
Oh yeah, we are.
Shut
fine.
it off. Delete the link.
There's lots. Yeah, Aphid, I asked, do you have any interest in any of this stuff declassified? Do you think anything's going to come out? JFK, RFK, MLK?
At this point, no. I mean, it doesn't have to come out sooner or later anyway, right?
Well, no, not necessarily.
I mean, if it's I think when they declassify stuff, they keep this. They keep some stuff, blacked out, don't they? Refracted or whatever they call it.
Redacted.
Redacted. That's it.
Well, we'll see if it's redacted.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, though. To be honest,
Trump made an executive order allegedly declassifying the MLK, RFK, and JFK assassination files.
Trying to get on his boy in Texas' good side, I guess. Prove his dad killed JFK.
Oh, Ted Cruz.
Well, I mean, when some CIA
trying to get another invite down there, I guess.
The truth of it is, some CIA agents on near the ends of their lives did claim involvement in the JFK assassination. Kind of deathbed confession sort of stuff. Have you ever heard any of that, Last Dance?
No, I didn't.
But I mean,
people are still going to believe what they want to believe. I don't care what comes out or what's been declassified. If it's shown that it was Lee Harvey Oswald's fault all along, and it's not going to make a difference. There's not going to be any less chatter that it was somebody else's. That it was the government that did it.
Yeah, like the driver. There's now this whole contingency of people that say the driver turned around with like a Saturday Night Special 38, shot JFK point blank in the head.
Nobody saw that.
Right.
Didn't see it on the film.
It's so dumb. But I mean, the shot was 200 feet with a scoped rifle. It's a super easy shot. The freaking car was going very slow. The area is a lot smaller than, I've never been there, but from what I understand, it isn't like this towering long shot from way on high.
It seems like a hard shot to me. Any movement at all would make it, I think, a hard shot. I would think you would have to train to hit a moving target. The way, even one going 5 miles an hour, still, you'd have to, I don't know how you do it. You got to lead a little bit, or
no, you don't. That rifle,
not with that rifle.
roll it so fast that you don't have to leader.
It's going
With
over
with a shotgun, you would.
that. It's going over 2,000 feet per second.
Okay, so he just
Uh,
has to get
Pull
his
the
head in the
trigger.
scope,
Pull the trigger,
pull the
and
trigger.
the head would have taken up like 30% of the scope.
Oh Jesus! Well, didn't it took him 2 shots too, didn't it?
I think he took.
Yeah,
Or at least 2.
at least
Yeah, he
two.
got him once. I think
Through the
went
neck.
through the throat, which
Right,
they
right.
said would have been fatal. It would have just taken him a little longer to die, and the other one, obviously, he brained him. There was another shot.
He prayed him. That's a good way to put it. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, poor Jackie grabbed part of it and fucking
Ah,
So that they could put it back together again. That was so sad.
crazy.
that's man. When stuff like when I broke my arm and my bone came out, I'm fiddling with it, thinking that I can fix it. You don't know what's going on. Situations like that. It's just like your brain like
Yep.
freaks out and doesn't really know left from right.
That's funny. The Mannlicher Carsano is the only rifle legal in Massachusetts. No. You can have pretty much any rifle here except 10 shot maximum on clip size for this state for rifles or pistols, which seems sufficient to me, although I don't like it. If you use a 10 shot clip and you are defending your place and you need more than 10 shots, then holy hell, you've got some kind of a major home invasion going on,
Yeah. What if it's the football team? I mean, what are you gonna do? Baseball, you're all right.
Yeah, there you go. Magazine. Thank you. I just say clip because it's a shorter word. I'm lazy. I shorten things. But yeah, magazine. But yeah. Yeah, clip. I know. Clip goes in an M1, which actually has a clip, but most rifles have a magazine. What are some of the other things he's got going here? Here's one for you. Taking away security detail for certain people.
That bothers me, but which ones?
I think the one doing it to John Bolton was pretty lousy.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake, a terrible mistake. And if John Bolton is killed, Trump will rightly be blamed.
He won't take credit. He said they got plenty of money. They can hire their own detail. And it's got to stop at some point.
He used John Bolton to help
Exactly.
the plan to kill Qasem Soleimani.
Soleimani, right? Yeah, Bolton's been threatened
by
the
Iran.
Iranian government.
Yeah. So he did an act with the U.S. government against a foreign adversary, which would obviously draw, attention from them negatively. And you would think that would be enough to keep him protected for life, but no.
Even I'd protect my worst enemy over, from Iranian retaliation. I mean, that, you got to have priorities. You might be angry at John Bolton. You might think he's a scumbag, and maybe he is a scumbag, but that doesn't mean you're gonna let him be killed by the Iranians. You're gonna want to protect him.
Milley, he took his away too, right?
Who?
General Milley, was that his name?
Oh, what did he take away?
His detail.
Oh, I don't know. Did he get a detail?
Oh, we got some back. We got some. I'm hearing some us echo in the background.
I hear it slightly.
No, it's not me.
I hear it slightly.
Yeah, I just heard you say slightly twice.
Could it be my my mic again? Let me.
Hello. Mute. Yep, it's you, Last Dance.
I was muted too.
I know you were, but I could tell as soon as he muted, it was him. I wonder why it's picking up. Like us, like 3. Yeah, there we are. There's again.
Yeah, it's because I have a hard time hearing, so it comes out of my headphones. It still has enough sound to go back into the mic.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
You got open eared, I guess.
All that time you spent on the range,
Just to
blasted up your eardrums.
click the background noise cancellation, and it'll fix
Okay,
it.
I'll try that.
That does work.
It does.
As
Because it works here.
Reduce
Because
mic background noise. Okay, it's clicked now.
okay, let me say something loud.
perfect.
Yeah, it's barely there. I mean,
Okay.
it's almost not even hearable now.
All right, I'll take
I'm
that.
sorry, but at least we fixed that now instead of.
Yep.
All right, so we've come upon one negative thing that Trump has done, taken away security clearance. Is that you? Who's that in the background? Taylor Swift?
It looks
Or-
like
Who? My background?
it looks like no Topples. It looks like Taylor Swift.
Oh,
But she's got something on her cheek, like a big.
Yeah, I don't know. What the
Oh,
hell is that? A bubo?
what's going on, buddy?
yeah, it's like yeah. It was just a freak out from his. It was like she had a blood drop on her cheek.
How do I remove that?
What, the Taylor Swift thing?
Yes.
I don't know. Is it like
You put it there, dude.
I'm sure you're, with just
There you go.
just discovered your Taylor Smith obsession. Doesn't
Yeah.
surprise me at all.
I'm a little embarrassed by that one.
is that the master bedroom, the love layer?
No, it's my living room.
All right, okay, cool.
Wife's upstairs in the bed.
All right, cool. How you doing, buddy?
Good. Just busy week. I got to miss all the fun stuff going on.
You didn't really pick up any of it?
I've been trying to stay off of Twitter to get their opinion, and like what Last Dance posted. That's what I've been reading through, seeing what I agree with, what I disagree with. But for the most part, I agree with most of this stuff.
Did he
Yeah, we
take
can
the
go-
Constitution off of the White House website?
That did happen. They released a statement that said that was an accident and it'll be back in time. But
After he sharpies in what he wants it to say.
it wasn't a good look. I agree. I don't think it was intentional. If it was, it's stupid. I mean,
Because I saw the only information I've been getting from anything for the past week, I haven't touched the TV, has been from Facebook, like people, both sides just freaking out over everything. And, well, one side freaking out and the other side freaking out for people freaking out. And, but anyway, I saw a list of things that he did, and that was the one thing that stood out. I was like, well, that seems strange. I don't understand why he would do that. I feel like there was something else too, but I'd have to go back and look at that list.
is there? Yeah. Who's Terrence Sutton?
Never heard of him.
Why are you asking that?
Name
Someone
something.
using a real name?
I don't know. I'm just looking at this list that you put up.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, should we go through the presidential actions list?
Well,
There's
we can.
There's got to be hundreds of them now.
Yep,
True.
more than 100.
Yeah, the first day, that's the ones I was talking about. Like it was that when he was, I thought he was slow dancing with Melania, but obviously he was signing
Well,
stuff
no,
away.
these had all been prepared in advance. So
Well, yeah, I mean, I saw there was like stacks and stacks of the stuff on his desk.
Oh, do you guys care about federal workers going have to report to the workplace?
no, I think it's a great idea
Why?
I don't know.
because
The
they're not
report
really
I heard
working
was-
when they're at home. They're
Yeah,
believe
they're
me,
not.
I know.
The report I heard was they were being forced.
Were they doing
back.
it before COVID though?
No,
Yeah, I'd have to look at the numbers and see if I've heard stuff that numbers are more productive when people are working from home. I don't know, but that would be my only reasoning for questioning. I mean, and I don't care what he does. I mean, if he wants government workers to be in office, that's fine. I don't care. But as far as overall, like if everybody should get back in the office, I could have swore I saw figures that people were more productive from home, which it could be possible. I don't know.
I mean, the Department of Defense has 3.5 million employees,
sounds right.
and there's 350 million people in the United States, or give or take. So that's what one employee for every 100 people.
Yeah, it's 1%.
Seems excessive.
It sure does.
It seems quite high.
Very high.
And if you average everyone out there that's making what, say 85, 90 grand, maybe 100, I don't know what the average is, but that is a shitload of money. Probably 100 grand knowing the government.
No, it's probably not the
No.
average, not 100.
I think a lot of those make shit money.
A lot of them are college graduates.
But what's included in that 1%? Like maybe we'd be surprised at, oh wow, I didn't know. You know, because I don't know anybody that I mean, I'm sure certainly a postal worker isn't considered a government employee, right?
Not a Department of Defense employee.
Not
Oh,
yet.
Department of Defense is 1%.
Yeah. It's
How can that
one
be?
to 100 of per I don't know. Yeah, 1%.
The Department of
population.
Defense.
I
Thanks,
know.
Will Brown.
I know one person that has worked there for 6 years. She lives 2 hours away from DC, and then
You're welcome, Sam.
prior to this, she was only supposed to report to the office already before COVID and all the restrictions one time a month, but now they're forcing them to come back every day, which she won't be able to do.
Well,
So-
she should move closer or get a different job, I guess. I don't know.
That's
It's
what
hard
people
for
are
me, guys
saying.
like you and I, Topple. This is not our world, man.
No.
You don't fucking get a call and tell people, all right, I'll talk you through how to repair that.
Yeah.
Fucking go and do it, you know? Like,
I'll go.
Yeah, but there's stuff
Let's
you
get
can
on
do at
Zoom
home.
and I'll tell you what to do.
But if you're on computers and all, does it really matter that you're in the office though? I'm just saying. Like, yeah, if you're on hands on, yeah, you can't work at home.
yeah, totally.
It's
But
not-
I mean, how much fucking data entry and allotment of budget and, contract work, how much information in computer work is there that there's so many millions of people doing it? It's unreal. I mean, does it take that much to run this country? Maybe it does. Maybe I'm being naive. I don't know, man.
Well, there's different levels, I guess. She can't tell me what she does. So,
yeah.
but that's what I'm saying. Prior to this, even COVID and the restrictions and all that stuff, she only had to report one day a month to a certain place there. But now she's being told she has to report. I don't even think they could fill all these people into these spaces.
You think they're going to have like a space crunch, like office space?
Yes.
Oh,
That's
okay.
actually what they said to me is going to be a big issue.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if there's a reason for it to get them back in there for efficiency and like keeping track and management, then I agree with it. See, I don't know if Trump thinks that or if Trump's just being like a prick and like, no, get back to work.
I mean,
he could do it
He's
just
being
as
a
well.
prick. He's
You
being
know
a
what I
prick.
mean?
if any employer said now, okay, now it's been what 4 or 5 years since COVID, all employees have to come into the office. I wouldn't think twice. I wouldn't be like, oh my god, they're so
I know.
horrible.
You have
So-
a job. Why are you complaining about having
Why? Well, yeah. So why would I care if the government says that? It doesn't seem like a big deal to me at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know some IT guys that, when they get a job or renegotiate a contract, they work in how many days a week that they can work from home. So if it's not in a contract, then their argument is null and void. Like you're saying, Aphid, boss says get back to the office. Get your ass back to the office.
Right.
You don't have
It
a
wouldn't be-
contract that says otherwise.
Yeah,
so,
it's not like there's going to be a boycott on some employer that decides to tell all his employees he wants them back in the office for whatever reason he seems fit.
yeah.
It just seems ridiculous. I don't know. It seems like it's just another. I wish people would just pick and choose what they're going to bitch about. I mean, good lord.
Yeah,
It give people such more credibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you, man.
So frustrating.
RW,
Just people are fucking frustrating, man.
And what was the other one? The DEI or whatever the hell it is.
Mhm.
DEI programs in the government. And in that, how you guys feel about that?
I think it's great. I am extremely happy about that. I've
Say it
supported.
again. What? I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
There's like
cut.
3 or so. There's several executive orders impacting that.
What was it? What was it? The topo was asking.
And in radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferences.
I don't even really know what that means. To be honest with you, I'm not gonna try to act smart.
well, they were
Diversity-
hiring people, and part of the judgment of hiring was their race and or sexual orientation or gender.
Yeah, like right to work type.
No, more like, well, you're a white guy who has rich parents and you would be really good at this job. In fact, you're the best that we've ever seen. But we're going to
Right.
go with the black
That's what I'm
trans person
Right,
because
right. Because
they're pretty good and they can do the job well, too, and they'll add diversity to the project.
Or our numbers are looking low in this area, so we need to
It's,
go out.
it's not only that. DEI in the government, there's like whole bureaucracies, offices of DEI, and every organization underneath has a little DEI office to help ensure compliance. And it's just it is expensive, and it actually harms the organization. So it's just a terrible idea. It's something whose day is done. I think it's, it was a fad. The fad's over. People have kind of moved on. And so, I don't, the Biden administration didn't move on, but Trump is. And I think it's happening in private industry too. People are moving on. It was a bad idea that people have realized that now.
I heard earlier when I was setting up my shit, you guys were talking about this a little bit, and last answer you were saying that you didn't think Biden really was behind a lot of that stuff because of his record when he was in the Senate.
Right.
Which I agree that he was definitely different. I do think that he probably had more. Like I'm thinking that you think that I think that what this is my guess is people presented him with this, told him how he would appeal to other groups of people, and he was probably like, yeah, that sounds good, that's the direction that we need to move into.
It's possible.
I don't think he was so like just out of it and just been like, yeah,
No.
I don't know what you're saying, but
No,
let's go with it.
You could be right. You could be right. We'll only know once people, and if people who were there talk.
Right. Well, I'm sure no matter what, we're going to find out, that he was, pretty far gone. And I would not be surprised if he doesn't make it 4 years from this point forward, which would have, or at least be at such a just
Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, Jimmy. So I was going to say Jimmy Carter state in 4 years.
Too soon, buddy.
Oh, he's been gone for more than 5 years.
What I'm saying is, listen, don't get too anxious with raising that flag. Is what I'm. It might stay at half staff because I don't think Biden's got much longer.
Really? No, I think he's got a while.
I hope he does well.
I don't think he's got 4. I don't think he's got 4 years of like being not totally unbelievable that this guy's the president of the United States. I think it was a wise move that he was not the choice. Whether it worked out or not, I don't think they had an option.
I agree. He would. Yeah. I mean, I don't think we're going to see much of him at all. I think he's going to be shuffled away and hidden away. And
well, I don't think he'll be hidden. I mean, that's like somebody's going to force his. If he wants to be out there, he's going to be out there. I don't think he will.
It's going to be laying on the beach.
There's not going to be the way you phrased it. Like there's going to be, higher ups are like, well, we need to keep this guy away. And that's
his wife is going to be like, Joe, I don't think we should.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that he and his wife will want privacy now that he's retired. Basically, he's old. Let him eat ice cream and sniff his grandchildren.
It seemed like Jill liked the attention a little bit. She might have come out with her own show.
That's possible.
That's up to her, right?
She's got to be quite a bit younger than him.
She's a classy lady. I'm not going to lie. I mean, she's a great educator. She's dedicated her life to education and young kids and stuff, and nothing wrong with what she's.
I see her fitting in perfectly on The View.
Yeah,
I thought that'd be gone by now.
I think that's
Me too.
That's far. She would think that would be beneath her. I think.
Yeah, I agree, and it would be.
RW throwing in the Pete Hegseth thing, and yes, we'll get to Elon Musk's unfortunate accidental hand gesture at some point.
Christ.
But yeah, what do we think of Pete Hegseth? I don't think he's a great candidate.
No. Hey, I've been thinking about this because I knew this would come up, and there's random goon, man. Good to see you. I put the
Goon.
I put the lighthouse light in motion on you on the Discord, and
I thought he passed away.
I didn't, because man, he's got pneumonia, and that's not
Well, he has
that's a
universal health care. He could go to the hospital.
He hasn't done a show in a month, so I'm worried about the guy. I like Goon.
So let's bitch to him about it.
Well, and we got. I was thinking about it, and we have. We only have like 4 in the Discord. We have like 4 or 5. Extra rooms for people that want to put extra content out.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be like almost 50% of them would be dead if we lose.
Oh,
Goon.
damn.
So, like for me and Smokesteve,
Jeez.
either it increases our odds because
Too
surely
soon.
it won't be 75%.
Right.
But anyway,
Yeah,
okay,
man.
the Pete Hegseth thing I think is ridiculous. And well, not ridiculous. I just think that he's a very poor choice. And my argument is I think even here on the pub, I think Last Dance arguably is more qualified and more capable and has more knowledge for that position. And there's no way I would want Last Dance to be in that position.
Thanks.
There's no way. Like, I'm thinking about leaving the country. You know what I'm saying? I love you, but no, you're not.
I'm number 2. I've been told.
But prove what I just said wrong. I don't think that I am.
But what scares you about it, though?
Because I want somebody more qualified and somebody that has. Go ahead.
Here's my view of this. Yeah, I tend to see all the things you see. His background doesn't really suggest that he's qualified for such a, that's like a CEO level position, basically. If you think of in terms of business,
yes,
and map that onto government. But on the other hand, I haven't been too thrilled with the people we've had running the Defense Department.
But that should have nothing. That should have nothing.
Well, I'm
to
willing
do.
to try a little unorthodox candidate. If he's a disaster, he'll be gone, just like that.
I just hope that there's so many people underneath him that will keep him in the right direction and persuade him. I don't think that I don't think he's even capable enough to just go in there and just be like, yeah, I know you know way more than I do, but you do this or you're out of here. Maybe he is that kind of guy. I don't know, but I just don't see it.
It's a shame that Saturday Night Live is so politicized, because his nomination would have been a great chance for some fantastic skits. They couldn't be politically correct because he's, also charged with being, a bit of a hound dog, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't care about any of that shit.
But it would be funny to have a Saturday Night Live skit. One of the funniest skits I saw involved, it wasn't a Saturday Night Live skit. It was The Night Show or whatever it was called, with Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel. What was that called?
The Man Show?
The Man Show.
Yeah.
The bouncing boobs and the jugs of beer. That was
the
great.
one I
Trampoline.
is the Drunk Pilots skit.
The Juggies. The Juggies.
Juggies.
Those guys would have been great to do a Pete Hegseth skit. It would have been hilarious.
Right.
But comedy's changed. You can't do that anymore.
Well, they hate each other now, so.
Well, they're on different sides of the political spectrum.
Yeah, and that's so stupid.
Are they?
But they were always on different sides of the political spectrum, and they made great comedy. Things have changed in the last 10 years. It's terrible.
They have.
Politics
They
is more
definitely
important
have.
than jokes.
That's ridiculous. That's man. If I ever get like that,
Disappointment.
fucking just kill me. If you guys see me on Facebook, just every day posting shit. I mean, come on.
Just
Give
be like
me
me
a break,
and
dude.
delete it all.
I got friends that like they'll be totally unrelated to whatever conversation it's being had on a picture or a photo, and they come in there and they bring politics into it. You know, it's
I
like,
do the same thing.
are you fucking kidding me, dude?
You do know my rule. If you make a political statement, I'm gonna snooze you for 30 days.
Yeah. Oh, I don't.
That's all.
Perfect.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
You know, and if it's going to pop up again in 30 days, if the first thing you do is I see as a political thing, I'm snoozing you again for 30 days. But that's just because I don't think because I think of Facebook as not politics. I think of it as friends and family and neighborhood goings on and anything but politics, which poisons everything else. So that's just how I think of Facebook.
Oh my
Other people think of Facebook as involving politics.
It's like a competition with these guys. It's like they just can't wait, and they just want you to get in an argument, and it's like their night. You know, they're sitting on their recliner, and they can't wait to get into who's going to be tonight. Are you kidding me? That's what your life has come to? Get the fuck out of here.
You know, I've had this in our neighborhood Facebook group.
Oh.
Every once in a while, you know, mostly people, they avoid the politics, but every once in a while, someone will post something from one side, and immediately someone will post something from the other side, and it'll be a food fight. And that just proves how poisonous the whole thing is.
Yeah.
But they just get snoozed for 30 days, and I never see their fight except for the first
block parties must be great with you then.
And most people, almost everybody knows that it's a third rail, just like religion, you know, but some people just think that their politics is so virtuous that
it's such a part of their being. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I know.
What did you think of Ash Carter as the Secretary of Defense? Last Dance.
Who?
Ash Carter.
Kash Patel.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was the Secretary of Defense from February 2015 to 2017. He was previously to Jim Mattis. Mad Dog Mattis was after him.
Mad Dog.
I'm like Biden. I don't remember that far back.
All right. So Jim Mattis, do you remember him?
I remember the name. Yeah.
So he was a 4-star general in the Marine Corps.
Right.
How about Mark Esper?
Vaguely remember him. Yeah.
Manufacturing and high-tech executive, but also was U.S. Secretary of the Army, which is a civilian position. You know, generally speaking, there's nothing specific that is like an exact qualification for this.
No qualification.
What's that?
Yeah, but
did you guys watch the hearings between the two sides during that whole thing? They basically said what qualifies. Why do people keep talking about qualifications? The only thing is to be a citizen. That's what they came up with.
They're going to say that now, and then when the Democrats get in office and they put their person up, that same guy is going to be up on stage saying, "Oh, this guy has no idea what he's doing."
Does that always happen though, or is this just a Trump effect thing that people are picking apart his?
No, I think this guy was on Fox News. I mean, if you put what was the black guy that got canned a few years ago?
Donnie Lemon?
Oh my God, I can't stand that guy. Like if he's getting pulled up to be basically the equivalent on whatever high position, you know, the next whatever idiot Democrat we get to win the office. And Don Lemon gets on there, and he's sitting on that stage because he's going to be pick your choice. Those Republicans are going to be ripping him apart just as much as they're ripping apart just as much as the other side's ripping apart this guy.
This guy was did serve, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying pick somebody that served. I don't know who served or who didn't serve. I don't
He
know the
did get
background.
2 silver stars.
Bronze Star? Wasn't that it?
Silver
Bronze
stars.
Star. Bronze Star.
They were bronze.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's not qualified then. Nah.
Army Commendation Medal, Bronze Star Medal during his time in Iraq. Yeah.
I don't really think that
He
is
did achieve,
that's necessary to be the
He was in
second.
both invasions, Afghanistan and Iraq.
I want to know why he was chose.
Because he's one of Trump's guys. That's why.
Yeah, but that's
going-
not a.
He's going
that's
to listen
not-
to Trump.
We know exactly. That's not somebody that I want in that position.
Okay.
Well, that's the president's prerogative.
Yeah, I know
What's
it
his
is.
Senate
It's the
vote?
executive branch. I agree that you might not want somebody, but he certainly, if he chose someone for that reason, then that's certainly reasonable.
Because he liked what he said about him on television.
That's
pretty much it.
That does sound like Trump, though, doesn't it?
Yep.
His ego gets in the
that's
way.
ridiculous.
We'll see.
That's just as bad to me. That's just as bad as hiring somebody because they need to fill a number in that position.
Let me.
So if you're against that, I don't see why you can't be against this guy being picked.
Well, I mean, let's
put
dissect real quick. He attained major combat vet with heroic medal. There's other things he did. He ran a couple of nonprofits that apparently didn't do too well.
No, nope.
That's another problem. The military thing is actually pro. He did that side of it. I think is adequate, but
he's has the same with that. He has the same qualifications as 5 or 10% of the population.
A lot, but yeah, I'm not saying it's everything, but you want to see somebody who has the ability to run an extremely large group of people.
Well, I'd almost rather it be a C. If we want to try something different, it'd be a CEO that was very successful in managing a large group of people that had no military experience. I'm sorry.
Here's a potential downside. Let's take Lloyd Austin, the Biden's SecDef. Seems very qualified. He comes from, after his government service, he went to Raytheon. And then from Raytheon, he went to the DOD. Well, is that a conflict of interest? This is a defense contractor that makes basically all its money from the Department of Defense. I don't know. I think that is something that, you should, maybe someone coming out of the typical pipeline is not what you want.
Yeah, I would ask the same question about somebody not long ago who was the youngest and then the oldest Secretary of Defense, because he did it twice in his tenure, and he, what I'm talking about, Last Dance?
No, I don't.
Donald Rumsfeld.
Rumsfeld? Okay. Was he the youngest under Nixon?
Yeah. And then he did it again in 2000s with connections to Halliburton.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I can't say that he served Halliburton, when he was in the Department of Defense, but it does raise the issue that maybe you don't want people having come from a defense contractor into the government, and the same way going from the government back into a defense contractor. That there's definitely some legitimate concerns about that. So I don't know. We'll see how that goes.
The second one seems more legitimate, assuming that their ties to the government are done. They could go into the private sector with knowledge of what the government needs, bring that knowledge to the private sector and say, listen, the government needs this, the government needs that, build this, build that, focus on this sort of thing, and then present it and, whatever. But
that's
the other way around. Huh?
That's not what happens.
Right.
What happens is someone who's the SecDef has a tremendous amount of contacts within the Department of Defense. And when he goes to Raytheon, he uses those he calls them up and says, hey, can I get a head start on what are you guys doing for this thing and that thing? They basically use inside information to help their new employer get contracts. So You
Yeah,
know,
I
it's
hear
a
you.
very legitimate concern.
As long as, I guess in the end, yeah, you're talking like backroom handshake type stuff, private phone calls, talking about billions of dollars in taxpayers' money. So disappointing. So disappointing. I gotta go take a leak. I'll be back.
Okay, I'm so disappointed you're taking a week.
So you're just more AFED. You're just more concerned that he's just a loyalist to Trump.
Yeah. Well,
That's okay. Okay.
I mean, that's probably my biggest gripe. Well, and just the fact that he came from, like I said, I don't care, if it was some. I mean, I only see the only thing that I see that the reason why he was picked is because he said nice things about Trump, on television. That's the only thing. I mean, what else is there? He doesn't like rise above the crop, like with his experience. Other than that,
Yeah, I mean, my concern would not be that he's a Trump loyalist, because that, Trump would pick somebody who's a loyalist no matter what. My concern is that the job is too big for him.
well, yeah, obviously.
He's just picking him because he's a loyalist, but he's not able to perform the job duty that he's being picked for.
No, I don't see how he's got any, and he doesn't show that he's excelled in
I'm surprised.
situations like that in the past.
I'll tell you what, I'm surprised he wanted the job, because it's gonna be a pain.
I don't think he would see it that way.
It's
I mean,
basically
I don't know. I don't know him personally, so I can't.
It's like a 24-hour a day job, 7 days a week.
It was.
Until now.
Yeah.
He might redefine the job, right?
I mean, we're gonna be in a sticky situation. And he's gonna be like, "Where's my powder girl? I don't look good."
Exactly. Send somebody over to this bar I'm at.
This is silly.
What else do we have? Return in work in person, regular freeze pending review. What was the one that I really disliked? What Last Dance? What's the one that you really disliked?
I wouldn't say I really disliked it. I just had some doubts about it. It was the one to punish the 51 former
Okay,
intelligence community,
and they lost their security details,
and their security clearances, and then John Bolton lost his security detail.
Yeah, that's petty as shit.
Huh?
That was petty as shit. I don't care.
It was petty, and wrong, I think, in terms of Bolton. And for the 51 guys, I think there's a First Amendment question there.
Yes.
Because just because they, you can lie. It's perfectly legal to lie. You can't be, the government can't punish you for what you say, even if it's not true. This is now whether someone has exactly whether someone has a right to a security clearance when they're no longer a government employee, I'm not so sure, but it does seem to me like it's retaliating against them for exercising their free speech rights.
Absolutely.
And one of them was John Bolton, as you just said. Yeah.
One of them was John Bolton, yes.
And he helped kill fucking Soleimani.
Yep. And
whether or not you like him or not, the guy is extremely intelligent. I think he's a good killer.
A warmonger.
I like him because he's a warmonger.
He can kill. I mean,
I don't like him for that reason, but
that
doesn't mean
kind of goofy with the dumb haircut and big
the mustache, the walrus mustache.
He's like a skinny Wilford Brimley.
Yeah,
he kills. He can kill.
All right, withdrawn from the World Health Organization.
I don't like that.
That seems like a good idea.
I don't think so.
I have no opinion on that one.
I'm not happy with them, but I think that it's good to at least have a say-so in the whole organization of the world and health, and being in and it's our escape is probably going to increase China and their influence in that organization.
Well, let's not forget the lion's share of contribution to that. You know where it came from? Ooh, one guess.
China.
Us, the
No.
United
No,
States.
no, China
United
did.
States?
China
Oh,
did
wow.
not pay their fair share.
Yeah. Well, I heard what he said. I don't know if it's fact or fiction. Trump, we were paying 500 million, while everyone else was paying less than 100 million. But that's his words. I don't know if that's facts.
Well, I think it might be based on the size of your country. I could be wrong on that.
Okay.
So
Well,
I
then
think
China would be the biggest spender. Then.
Well, yeah.
China and India should be
India, yeah.
putting in billions, between the two of them.
I don't think it's equal across the board. I don't know if it's population or size of GDP. I don't know what it's based off of.
It just leaves a lot of area for waste, mismanagement when you have multiple countries contributing to a fund and international agency. I don't know. I like it in theory, but I feel like there's mistakes going on there. But in theory, yeah, it's a good thing to have. Yeah, if
maybe try to use your influence and your power and change it for the better instead of just getting out of it.
Oh, that's been done forever. But these are corrupt. These are UN organizations. They are corrupt, third world. They're hopeless, basically. They're absolutely.
I feel like it's a good idea, though, to have something to go to the middle of some east, place in Africa where some hemorrhagic fever or something of the like comes out, and you have scientists there in hazmat suits, with supplied air, and they're identifying what it is and trying to stop the spread and quarantining people. Like stuff like that does seem logical. It does seem like an international effort in cases like that would be a smart thing to do.
It's not that I necessarily oppose something that could be called a World Health Organization. It's just that the UN version of it is just, it's hopeless. I think most of these, anything you're putting money in should be Western run, should be free of corruption, should be transparent, and should be apolitical.
Well, then come up with a newer, better organization instead of just getting, ixing it. And
maybe they will get a bunch of the countries together that actually
but
have
I seriously
money.
doubt that it's on the list of his things to do.
Well, didn't we have something in the U.S. and then Trump stopped it right before COVID? I forget what the hell it was called.
Not the CDC. That's still
no. CDC is still there, but some crisis thing for something. I remember seeing it way back. I didn't pay mine though.
Yeah, I mean,
the only thing I can think of that you're talking about is he depleted a lot of the State Department, which had a lot to do with infectious diseases.
Yes, and then if we're talking about getting out of things, how about the Paris Agreement?
No.
I know you were going to answer that.
Yeah, that's.
What the hell?
I don't. Those agreements seem insane.
The Paris Climate Agreement.
Yes. Sorry.
Why? What's wrong there? What don't you like?
The targets. I don't know. They're just ridiculous. It's China that's the major contributor to greenhouse gases. And they're only going to go up. I think the UK has got a tremendous effort to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. They spent a lot of money. It cost them a lot of money, and they're like 1% of the total that they can eliminate. And we're more than 1% by far. But these agreements, I just think they're silly. They don't have reality in mind. I just think like everything else in Europe, where the U.S. are supposed to, contribute the lion's share. It looks like Biscuit's hiding.
He's in his car. Nice car, bro. What do you got, a
he's in the
McLaren?
car.
A Fiat Panda.
Nice.
What?
Oh yeah, I'm like, why is that light over there? I forget.
It sounded like he said a Fiat Honda.
Fiat Panda.
Panda. Okay.
Panda.
You.
I'm just going to release a mouse in the countryside.
Okay.
What? Why don't you just kill it?
Because I'm a nice person.
What's it
There
like?
you go.
2:30 in the morning there?
I'm sick of hearing little bastards try and chew my trap up. So
Can't you just walk down the street?
I'm going to take it a mile or so away, so it can't come back.
You should
You're a
tag
nice
it just to
person.
see.
Great. Actually, technically, that might be illegal, but
No, it's
What law would
basically-
it violate?
in,
You're gonna
in
release it, and a
Massachusetts,
bird's
it's
gonna have
illegal.
something to eat.
In
Really?
Massachusetts,
What
it's
possible
illegal.
law could it violate?
You can't transplant animals from one place, mammals from one place to another, because they could have a disease that you could be introducing to.
yeah, but it's a local mouse that came in from the area that it's going back to.
It's got a local accent.
Call police.
Is it a scout? What do they call them? Scouse over there? Scouse mouse?
A scouse mouse.
Scouse-
It is a house mouse,
House
but
mouse.
I'm letting it go outside. It might die from an owl or something, but who cares? It's outside. I don't mind once I let it go.
It's not on your conscience, right?
That's right.
I mean,
But
owl got,
If nothing else, I've fed an owl.
exactly.
Yeah, you're wasting gas though. You're polluting
I've
the
got
world.
plenty.
It's all right. How you liking that new vehicle, man? You've been
Oh, I
going.
absolutely love it. It's just immense freedom.
Oh, great.
He's
You
gonna throw
definitely,
it into the pond. It's gonna freeze.
you're going to be going on some fishing trips this summer, or this spring and summer. I hope. Get out there. Take that
But,
as a
I
yes.
started a tropical aquarium hobby as well recently.
No kidding.
I got some ram cichlids, a pair.
Yeah, I
Put
failed
some
at
put
the
some put some
aquarium
other
thing.
fish. Put some other fish in there.
There's 5 neon tetras. There is 3 cherry shrimp and 3
With the
3 neon gobies, all in the same tank.
With the cichlids?
Yep, they're only little dwarf cichlids.
Well, they're gonna kill those other fish.
No,
Cichlids very
I
aggressive.
already checked. They're a peaceful cichlid. They don't. They might kill the baby shrimp, but they won't kill the fish.
Huh?
They only grow to 3 inches long.
I didn't know there was a peaceful cichlid.
Are
Yeah,
the cichlids the ones they got from originally from that giant lake in Africa?
I don't know. I think these are South American cichlids.
Okay. Okay.
Lake
Yeah.
Titicaca.
No, I
They
think it's
call them.
Lake
They call,
Victoria.
in fact, no. These are they're actually German. Thinking about it, actually, because they
Oh,
come from a cichlid called the German cichlid,
I just like saying Titicaca.
I know.
Lake Titicaca.
So it's they're German, so there must be Elon Musk's favorite fish.
Yes.
His
Oh,
heart goes out to
right.
them.
His hand covers his heart and goes forward.
Yeah, I mean that's all it was. You just described it completely, Topple. It was a dumb,
Yeah.
inadvertent.
Dude, there's no mouse in there. It got out in your car.
It is. It's here.
No, it's not. It's in your car now. It's not in there.
It is. It's there. Look, you see it.
Oh, I was about to say,
There we go.
that'd be hilarious.
Oh, there he is.
Right there.
Eat him.
How did you
Yummy.
catch the mouse, dude? How the fuck do you catch a mouse?
That was a trap. He had a trap in his hand.
Oh, I think we lost
Oh,
him.
that's a no-kill trap. I
Yeah.
see.
Those
Yeah,
are
yeah.
last dance traps.
No kill trap.
Yeah,
Can we
I
say-
only use kill traps. We lost them.
The only thing I don't
Rather-
use is glue. I think glue is really bad.
Blue is bad.
I rather use the snap them real quick, kill them quick traps.
There
Ooh.
Oh.
we go.
Oh. Call the police. What?
I've seen the video 100 times, RW. I don't agree with you as it being a symbolic gesture.
I think I could tee it up for you.
No, I don't care to play it here. I mean, I don't want to. I don't
Well,
know.
let me-
Do you guys want to? I don't care.
Let me play it.
Go ahead. I've seen it 100 times.
Somebody
I think it was an inadvertent mistake.
Jester. Yes.
There it goes. It's gone.
Oh, Elon, looks different. Are we
Oh
talking
no,
about
I'm
Ian?
sorry. That's Emmanuel Macron. I got confused.
Oh, you're trying to play this. What? You going to show Harris next?
I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
That one's at least somewhat close.
I mean, they're all doing the same thing. This is the thing, whether you're going to nitpick of how straight his arm was or how much his elbow was bent.
What the angle was.
Oh, whoa. But you're okay. You can, like,
Right,
see
I'm
the old
allowed.
days. Like, remember Mel Brooks? There was comedy. It was
That's
funny.
different. That's comedy.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying Elon was trying to be funny. I'm just saying Elon was excited and being a goof, but I don't think he was in any way doing that.
No.
I don't think that ever crossed his mind.
And then
Only
there was the other one with the one son of Trump doing the diamond in his hand or something that they were talking about too.
I didn't see that.
It's not like these things. They just don't resonate like they used to. These bogus claims, like you remember, like someone would do like this symbol, was it like A-OK or this, and it was supposedly some white power gesture, and it was a big thing, and people got deplatformed, and nobody pays any attention to that crap.
I think a couple guys got kicked out of the military for that.
Yep,
Right,
they got kicked out because that means asshole.
No, but it actually, it was a joke they made. I think like the Proud Boy guys, they took that and were like making a joke, like, yeah, we'll just do this, and people ran with it or something, and then guys in official military pitches would do that kind of on their leg, in like kind of stealthy, but people picked up on it, and
They got kicked out of the military for that.
yeah.
That's fucking so stupid.
But they don't fuck around over there, dude. You wear your uniform wrong, you can get kicked
guess
out.
what? With Pete now, no one's going to get kicked out of the military for that.
Yeah, I mean, they don't fuck around. If they catch you, man, and the Marines, they go after your ass.
Depending.
I mean, they do. It's crazy.
So we did that. How about defending women from gender I can't even speak.
Ideology.
Ideology, extremists, and restoring biological truth to the federal government. What the hell does that mean? I don't understand that one.
I think they're just saying there's two genders from what you're born.
So that's stupid, right?
Well, no, I think this has to do with women's bathrooms and safe spaces and stuff like that.
No, on a federal though, I thought that would be a state issue.
Well, isn't there a representative who's
transgender?
Something, I don't know. I feel like this is Seinfeld when they're talking about like race at the diner. I don't know if we should be talking about this. Hey, look who it is. I'll add him in.
Well,
baseball truth.
Congress is an independent body, so they make their own rules. So nothing, executive orders don't affect them.
Yeah.
Good evening, young man.
Good evening.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Based, how's it going?
Not bad. Not bad.
I guess he didn't know Last Dance was on.
What are you talking about? Literally, I've just turned up.
Biscuit Vape just released a mouse near your house, something like that.
He sent it right into your basement. But no, we were just talking about the executive orders Trump has gone through, and we were on Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, who we all kind of agree not the best choice, because essentially he's going to run a company with 3.5 million employees. And
I didn't agree. I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
You think he's great?
I didn't say great.
You don't think he's qualified with like a couple of decades in the army, a couple of Bronze Stars, a couple of
one Bronze Star, and he was in the reserves.
Oh well, no, yeah, he was in the reserves when he was retired, wasn't it?
Yeah, but
You
he
know,
was in. Don't get me
so
wrong.
you know when you serve like four, terms of duty, and then you go in the National Guard. I think he's just doing everyone a favour more than anything else.
No, his military service is exemplary, and have never served. So he's, fuck yeah, man, I'm all for it.
What's the problem? He's had extramarital affairs.
What?
No, I feel like he has had some poor results from a few small companies that he's tried to run. They're like nonprofit veterans organizations that he didn't do well with. I'm not saying he's the worst choice. I'm just saying there have been better choices, and he might very well be very successful.
To be fair, Trump is going outside the norm, and so he should. He's got all the cards. He's got all the cards in his fucking hand. He should pick his fucking crew and fuck everyone else. If he's not the legacy pick, then fuck him, innit? He's got all the cards at the moment, and that's what he should do. He should get the right people in.
I'd like to know, Base, is there any negative thing you could say about Donald Trump at all? Like, could you pick anything?
Yeah.
Oh, what we got?
His abortion stance, pro-life, basically.
Okay.
That's the first thing.
Kicking all those immigrants out too, I bet, right?
Or
not immigrants, illegal. Sorry.
Well, if they're illegal, they've committed a crimes against the country, haven't they? I mean, he evicted, I think it was 500 the other day in a couple of your big American Air Force planes, which was pretty good.
The numbers really haven't increased that much. It's kind of the quiet before the storm still.
Yeah, I mean, I heard an interview with the sheriff in Maryland, of all places, recently, and he works with ICE, and he was describing how when they get an illegal in the jail, they call ICE to the jail. This was an interview on NPR, and the woman couldn't wait to get all over him. So you get ICE there, and he's like, yeah, and we give them to ICE, and they decide what to do with them. Now, in a lot of jails, the local sheriffs won't do that, which I think is dereliction of duty. Right. If you got a guy in there, just call ICE and say, all right, he's an undocumented, and we got him for shoplifting, drunk driving.
Yeah, but
then what the sheriff said, after she said, oh, so this, that, and the other, he said, no, we just let them know. ICE can do what they want with them. It's a simple courtesy, What's wrong with that? Nothing.
But you've had like counties, states saying that they're not going to work with the ICE teams and all that. Well, I believe they said there's federal law against that. So if they want to fuck around, they'll find out, according to Tom.
No, there's no federal law against
but possibly. But the thing is, she asked him in the end, how many people has this affected? Now, this is one county in Maryland. And he said since 2006, a little over 2,000. Now you start multiplying that all around the country. You're talking quite a bit of people here, quite a lot. It's not, that's over 18 years, 40, 50 people a year, whatever, but per county. I mean, that could end up being a ton of people that we want to get the hell out of this country. But come to a state like Massachusetts, they had a judge and a DA who actively shielded an illegal immigrant from ICE, and literally shuffled them out of the back door of the fucking courtroom because they didn't want the feds to catch him. And he was in there for a crime. I mean, this is my state.
Well, you get that with the cities or certain, like my county is what's that called when they're not going to be cooperate with ICE?
Sanctuary.
Yes, you got them all around.
It's unbelievable, man.
It's not active. I mean, that sounds like that could be close to a crime, what you're describing, Smokesteve.
Yeah,
simply passively not helping ICE is, totally legal. But actively thwarting their efforts, that could be risky.
Yeah, they don't care.
I mean,
that's the state, man.
I think they're going to come in. I mean, This, I mean, the reality is you've got a lot of wrong uns in your country, just like we have. And it would be good just to get rid of that cream, isn't it? It should be pretty easy to get rid of that cream. That cream is scum. You know, that bit that floats on top.
Criminals.
Yeah, yes. So let's be honest, but we should go after these people hard and have them on the run, literally in hiding. And what you're going to end up finding is the bad people are going to be with bad people. So they're going to be picking up lots of people on the sly as well for other stuff because, you know, bad attracts bad. So it's all good, really. That's all I can see. So I just hope that, you know, they really get hold of it and make an example. Say it can be done.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. You don't need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt just to deport somebody. So, yeah, you can get rid of the worst illegal aliens and make the country a better place just by doing that.
Yeah, and I think what ended up happening because Biden ended up letting so many in across the border that it flooded the system so much. Now, legitimate refugees and asylum seekers are completely screwed because Trump was like, you know, you overdid the whole thing. We have to shut it down. We've got to stop it. And now, like, there actually might be legitimate people, a few out of many, that have claims that had scheduled refugee status. That's all been shut down. But because of that ridiculous allowance of 1.5 million people or whatever to just come in and flood, unfortunately, my state, like heavily, Chicago, probably Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, you know, just certain states aren't taking it. Certain states are. And that's just what it comes down to, man.
I seen an interview the other day where they were saying that the Democrats had deported more people than Trump did in Trump's reign, and then the guy said, "Yeah, but we basically we had order of the border, so we won't get
let them in.
We didn't let them in. So it's all well and good saying you deported more people. That's because fucking you let in like 10 million more people than we fucking did in that time."
Yeah, that's an important thing to recognize.
You know, you talk about asylum, and I think asylum is important, but name one country south, in Central or South America that would have somebody who's a legitimate asylum seeker. I mean, they're all going, every one of them, there might be a handful. I'm talking 10, 20 that might be legitimate asylum seekers.
Yeah.
The rest are economic immigrants.
But they all claim their asylum. It's like in the UK, they all claim asylum. But in reality, it's just economic. I mean, it's just face today what it is. And I understand they can't admit it because they're going to play along with it. But reality is,
I don't blame them, the migrants, for claiming asylum. I blame us for not throwing them back. No, you're not you don't have an asylum claim. Go away.
Yeah, I mean, is this a case for helping these countries to make them more tolerable to live in, to keep the people from coming here? Because that used to be a policy that the U.S. had, was intervening in some of these shithole countries and trying to make life better. But oftentimes this backfired, and the U.S. made a long-term problems for themselves by doing this. So is it stay out and let them, you know, whatever, have at it themselves, or do you get involved?
I would say a light touch. You don't have to be completely out of it, but no regime change, none of keep the CIA out of those countries.
The best clip I've seen in the last week was the Haitian chap that was a gang member that said "fuck Trump" and "thank you, Obama, for doing everything you've done, and thanks, Biden, you're great." That should be Trump's midterm things, and saying, if that's a reason to vote for Trump, this chap is it. Did you see him hanging out the police car going, "I fucking hate Trump"? Did you see it?
Yeah, no, you know what he said? They showed it to Tom Homan, the video in an interview, and they said, and the guy says, I'm not going back to Haiti. Fuck
He said,
Trump.
"You are."
And the guy's like, "Oh, he is going back to Haiti."
But they could show that, but the Democrats are going to show the videos of kids crying when their parents or whatever, people crying. I don't know.
Okay, so people cry.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Haiti's
I'm a bit like-
hell on
being
earth, man.
deported for not being criminals and all that. If they're
Dude,
working and paying taxes,
well, they're a criminal for being in the country illegally.
I
Full
agree with
stop.
you. I agree.
So I see
Yeah.
a poll.
Wasn't part of the bill getting rid of the kids that were born in America? Even though,
Birthright citizen.
Amendment-
Very well done,
Amendment-
Biscuit.
yeah,
Very
Amendment
well.
14.
I mean, the kids weren't complicit in the action, were they?
Now, personally, I've always had a problem with this. There was a term thrown around some years ago that still makes me laugh. Anchor baby.
Anchor
You get
babies.
here, you have a baby, boom,
Yeah.
the baby's a citizen.
Abuse the system. Abuse the system, and it shouldn't be abused.
But personally, I don't like that law, but it is in the Constitution. It's somewhat shady, although 2 Supreme Courts have ruled that that it basically is what it is. The current Supreme Court may go against it. The wording isn't exact.
Yeah,
It doesn't say if you have a baby here, the baby's an American citizen. It leaves a little wiggle room there.
The key phrase in this 14th Amendment is that you are a citizen if you're subject to the laws, to the jurisdiction of the United States.
So if you're an illegal, it doesn't
Well,
matter. Yeah?
I actually think that you are subject to the jurisdiction if you're an illegal alien.
What if you're a foreign diplomat?
Then you're not subject to the jurisdiction, and their children that are born in the U.S. have never been granted citizenship.
What if you're a foreign soldier?
Then
What do you mean?
It depends. If you're legally here,
Yeah,
visa or something,
A
or
visa.
even illegally. If you're an invading soldier, then you are not. Then your children who are born here are not subject to U.S. law. So, or you're not subject to U.S. law, so your children are not citizens.
But you're saying that a person on vacation, a couple on vacation,
Yeah.
a Swedish couple, they're Swedes through and through, but the baby's born here. Does that baby now have Swedish and American citizenship?
Well, they have
by
American
chance?
citizenship. I don't know about Swedish citizenship.
See, it doesn't make any sense. It's illogical.
That's what the 14th Amendment says. Maybe you could change the amendment.
Yeah, damn right. It needs to be rewritten.
No, you don't change any of them.
No.
On some good news, chaps. You want to see Trigger's leg?
Oh,
Yeah, definitely.
Let's have a look.
Not Smokesteve, but everyone else.
Let's see if I can get
Let's
it.
see.
It looks a lot better. Wow.
It's
I
dried
didn't see
up. It doesn't look
That is-
pussy.
Yeah, it's
That
really.
looks like it's going away.
Yeah, you can see the outside. It's shrunk. It's shrunk quite a lot. Like
Yeah.
maybe at least a third. It's shrunk at least a third.
Good.
Reminds me of a blue waffle. I don't know if you guys know what that is.
Ew.
Oh, that's
That
disgusting.
is great.
I don't know what it is,
What happened
and I
to
don't want to
Trigger's
know.
face?
He had a cancer up, mate. It was
All
pretty
right.
fucking intense.
Cool.
Really, really quite horrific. It was quite big as well. So
And the prognosis is good from here on out?
I'm not 100% to be honest with you. It was an extra £300 to find that out. So
Yeah, no shit.
I chose to put it off a little bit. I just wanted to get this off, and I'm going to see him on Monday. So
Thanks, Mr. E. That really
Yeah,
means a lot, buddy. Very nice. Yeah, Trigger. Love that dog. He's a good boy.
yeah, he's right as rain. If I allowed him, he'd just run around as normal now. So that's good.
That's
Even
good.
though he's got a wound. The wound is healing though, as you can see.
So
Very
right now, like he's fine. Like if there's cancer, it's gonna show up and it's gonna suck. But right now, he's living his life good.
and guess. Well, I'm looking into it now, but it looks like I'm going to be giving him a bit of ivermectin.
I was going to say that. Damn
What
it.
is he, a horse?
Yeah,
Damn it.
If you Google it out, if you put in ivermectin for dogs, you see what comes up. Lots.
Yeah, I mean, East Wind Farms, that echoes what I was saying.
What's that?
If an illegal mother gives birth in America, I don't believe the child should be a citizen.
I wonder how
the father's American?
How many cents on the dollar does Trump get every sale of ivermectin?
No, he doesn't get nothing.
It's not a controlled drug. It's made by Abduls in Pakistan.
There was a thing during COVID that Trump was he had shares in ivermectin at the time, wasn't he?
It's out of license.
Ah.
It hasn't. That's why they didn't implement it, because you could buy it for like fucking half a p a tab. They didn't want you to buy it
because it was too cheap.
Yeah, you didn't know that, did you? Yeah.
No, I didn't know.
You can literally pick them up for like nothing in India and Pakistan. Nothing. And that's
I don't know.
Smokesteve, how about if the father's American?
That's a tough one. I mean, if the father is American with a wife who's here, who's illegal, is that what you're saying? So
Yes.
the mother's illegal, the father's
They
legal?
basically brought a woman.
She'd get a green card, wouldn't she, if she's married?
She could have been here on a traveling visa. That kid shouldn't be American? Fuck yeah, he should.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the scenario where the kid wouldn't be American with an American father.
So it would be a bit like a foreign citizen, in a way, getting married to a British or an American citizen to get the green card into the country. That's basically what you could look at it as, couldn't you?
If it was a child born out of wedlock, though, what would that be like?
What?
Would that not married, but they had children together?
It would be a bastard.
Yeah, obviously, but it'd still be his kid, wouldn't it?
Would he be an American bastard or a foreign?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, he's American.
America bastard.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, she would too if they're married, right?
No, I'm just asking questions.
To be honest with you, sorry.
If I understand where you're coming from, but let's just say this kid was born 10 years ago. Should we take away his American citizenship now?
Fuck no.
Like that's the kind of question I'm really.
Yeah, that one's harder because all they know is American life.
Yes.
If they get thrown into another country, they won't know what to do.
But like I said earlier on, I'm going to worry about that so much. What you've got to concentrate on the criminals. There's many of them in your country.
Well, that's not what Trump's doing. He's doing it all.
I mean, that's always been
the
case.
No. They've said they're going for criminals first.
Well, yes, but what comes after the criminals?
Well, yeah, then you can sort of tackle that very difficult subject. But up until that point, you've got a lot of people you can get the fuck out of your country in quick time. The appetite's there. I seen multiple four polls, and they were left wing. They were like the New York Post and Washington Post, sorry, and the CNBC. They were all 55, 56. Even 60% saying deport illegals.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think about it, you have a minor.
Criminals,
parents,
illegal criminals.
The two parents, for whatever reason, let's say the father has committed a crime and he's going to get deported. And the mother decides, I'm going to go with him. And the child says, well, I'm an American citizen. Does American citizenship supersede parental guardianship? No way. The parents take the kid with him. Legally
depends on their age, doesn't it?
He doesn't become a child of the United States. So wherever the parents go, the kid goes. Now, later in life, when the child becomes an adult, he potentially could still maintain American citizenship.
He would.
And
he's American citizen for life unless he renounces it somehow.
So he could move back on his own, but
Well,
I
that's up
think
to the parents. I mean, if they want to put him in, if his condition in their eyes is better in foster care, then he should
so.
go into
They
foster
abandon
care.
their child
I
and
mean,
then leave.
if they think that his safety and his well being is safer, which I'm thinking some might think that, then
Is that
yes.
really a likely scenario, or are we talking about rare cases here
Which scenario?
where a child born in the U.S. of illegal immigrant parents would there be a difficulty in deciding whether he should go back to
I don't know. You got to put
country of
yourself
his
in their
origin?
in their shoes. I mean, we might find out soon enough.
No. You haven't got to put yourself in their shoes. You've got to put yourselves in the best shoes for the public you represent, which is for the American citizens.
No,
That's who you represent.
I'm just saying that they should have the right to leave their kid if I mean, if they got to get shipped back and they think that their kid has a
Well, they're
better
going to
chance of
abandon the
living.
kid. Abandon
Yeah, I
the
don't know
Put
kid.
him
that
into
that
the
would be
foster
legal in
system.
any country.
Yeah.
Huh?
I mean,
It's
they
not
can't
legal.
abandon the child. I don't.
That's not legal.
They can give up their. They can put them into the foster system. Why couldn't they?
That's
I think you can do. I
maybe.
think you can do that now.
Maybe
I don't
you're
even
right.
think it's. I don't even think it's against the law. Like if I don't want my kid anymore, I can. You know,
no, it is against the law.
I don't think so. I mean, you can't just leave them on a street corner,
I mean, if you're a
but you
single,
can put him into the system.
if you're a single mother and you have
Right.
homicidal tendencies for your children, you've got a right to give them up before you do any harm to them. Surely.
Well, you're speaking of huge outliners there, aren't you?
Cup
I
of
mean,
tea.
I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
don't know if it
Postnatal
is.
depression is quite common these days.
you don't threaten to poke your child with sharp objects, do you?
Well, I watched a video where other day where there were three parents, and one of the mothers chopped her 4-week-old baby's arms off. After two days before, the police had put her in a hospital because she was saying she didn't want to hurt her kids.
I
She got
agree.
out. She got
They're
out the
your
same day and
outliners.
chopped a kid's arm off.
Yeah, but they're your outliners. They're your outliers. They're not.
I know,
That's
but
not the much. Wait, there, you
outliers can
can't.
still
No,
range into the thousands, can't they?
Well, yeah, but when you're talking about 100, 350 million, yes, okay. But you're always going to get outliners. That's the problem with that. It's like you can't cope for like the 0.5% of the population, like the trans people, right? You can't fucking, do virtual coping for these people. Just reality. Fuck off.
I think what I'm saying isn't just an outlier. I'm thinking that there's probably, you know, when you're here and you come to this country and you have a kid and you're here illegally, and the country you come from is such a place that you think is the worst place to be. You probably have, you know, somebody you could leave that kid with, or, you know, relatives, or even friends, or somebody that's going to take up that. And
That's more
I can
realistic.
see
That's
that
more
you're going
realistic.
to see a large percentage of these people shipped back that had kids, the ones that are here that are going to leave their kids behind.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you're going to get that. But people, I believe, will get deported as a family unit. So.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if the kid is American citizen, he doesn't have to be deported because he's
I
an American
understand that,
citizen.
and I can see that being used. But I think you really got to be pretty harsh on the subject. A bit like what that Tom said before. When I arrested people for drink driving, I separated the child from the parents. You know, I didn't take the child to hospital to jail as well.
Right.
And when they'll deport them as a family.
Yeah. I mean, this is why the 14th Amendment is problematic.
You're deporting. You're deporting, but you keep that straight. You're not deporting a family. You're deporting the people that are here illegally. The kid is an American citizen.
Yeah.
You can't deport him.
This is why I think that this is problematic, because of that exact reason, Aphidlib.
Yeah, and it's the way it's written. The 14th, you can make many things out of it. So it might be a good idea to get it, but I don't know how long it is. But I just think, like I said, you've got a lot of wrong uns you can take care of first of all. So that's the main thing I would suggest. Get rid of the wrong uns. Loads of them.
I think that ship's going to sail, and then the numbers are not going to be nearly what,
Lately.
or it's not going to be happening. That's probably what's going to happen. It's not going to be happening in the numbers and in the frequency that Trump or his supporters are going to be happy with, and he's going to think that he needs to step it up. And it's gonna, it might be a month, it might be a year, who knows? But I think that point will happen. And then it's not just going to be criminals and bad people. It's going to be, they're going to go into these big places that there's, like a food packaging plant or something, and they're going to just round up a ton of them, and ship them all out.
Well, no, they're not. I understand what you're saying, but I think that would be really the last resort, going after people that are working, but in official places. But once again, there's plenty of wrong ones, and there is. Okay, think about it like this. Sorry, I was mistracked then. Right, they say, for example, by the end of the year, they've deported, right, say 50,000 people, or say 10,000 people, right? And out of that 10,000 people, 60% were wanted for gang crime, or murder, or gun crime, right? I'd say that's a success, because you can then correlate that to the people they would most probably killed, raped, or destroyed their lives, and that would be quite a lot of American citizens saved, quite a lot. We're talking hundreds. If 6,000 were murderers, terrorists, or rapists, then I would say that would be hundreds of American.
Well, I don't think you're going to find
100,000.
That are that bad.
No, I said 10,000 in the end. I qualified it for 10. I said
no. I agree with what you're saying, but what happens after that when they get the criminals out?
Yeah, like a lot of times
there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them there.
A lot of times these examples we're given are people that are first time abusers, or they've had a DWI or something, and then they get in another drunk driving accident and they kill a family, or a guy that's here illegally kills or rapes somebody, but it's not, he wasn't a criminal before that. No, these things are still going to happen. There's still going to be illegal immigrants that are going to rape and kill people for the first time. And that's when it's going to be looked at like we're not doing enough. And that's when the things are, we're one story away from, like even I heard earlier there was 500 people in the first 5 days of his presidency. Well, on average, the people removed from this country is 100 a day. So it was on par for what we've been doing. So when these numbers get brought up and people start seeing that, it's not that much of an increase because...
Yeah, but they picked up criminals.
That's what's already getting shipped as criminals.
I know, but a lot of people are getting taken straight out, going in and coming straight out. So they mostly haven't even committed a crime at that stage.
I mean, you might think that, but I don't think things have changed that dramatically. It's only been a week, this early on.
But I'm sure everyone's glad that Haitian chap, the one I was hanging outside of the police.
Yeah, but that's one example. Yes,
it's just nice to see he's a proper wrong, and then he's gone.
And how long is he going to be? But how long is it going to take for him to get back? You think the border's really that secure? It's just not open. Them letting people in. It's been going on for decades of people just coming in illegally, even with a secure border.
Right. I'm sure I'm still.
He'll have to pay. It'll cost him resources, and maybe he can't afford to come in again.
Well, yeah, he's going to have to fly to Mexico, or I don't know, do they have boats? And then fucking cross the border.
All his DNA and dabs are taken care of. So if he has any contact at all at any time, and the way that guy carries himself, he surely will in no time at all. So,
yeah, I would say there's probably a better than 50% chance that he'll be back in the country within 2 years.
And in short time, you'll be arrested again. And what they should do is stick him in a proper, real federal prison make his life a living shithole for a couple of years, and then deport him.
Yeah, but then we're paying. Then we're paying for that.
Yeah, I disagree.
but-
I'd rather brand him on his head, so when he comes back to this country, he's easy to be picked up.
Yeah.
Maybe you could put a star on him.
Or cut both his legs off so he can't get it over the border.
Right.
A certain star at the mark. That might be appropriate.
I've heard that works.
So is Trump going to get? Is Trump going to get Mexico to pay for this wall?
No, that's not even up to talk. Right now, we're talking about Gulf of America and Greenland.
Yeah, man.
Oh. Canada. You want to start a war with Canada as well?
The thing is, the only one that was a troll there was Canada. The Greenland is a realistic thing.
Why?
Why?
Well, I mean,
Greenland is the only country in the entire world
that's peaceful. Yeah, that's the country I'm going to when the war breaks out.
Exactly.
Don't take it away from me.
Greenland is a colony of Denmark.
Yeah, I would say geographically, it wouldn't be a very good thing to do to stay if it's going to.
In a nuclear war, Greenland's the only safe place in the world.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not. There's a U.S.
Yeah,
next door to it, mate. Just to the left, just a bit to your left, you'll find New York, Manhattan. Do you think that'll be flattened?
I thought Greenland in a nuclear holocaust, the last place on Earth.
Geographically, no. You want to be the Falkland Islands or somewhere. That's where you want to be. Yeah, geographically, it's next door to America and Canada.
Or was that a zombie apocalypse? I can't remember.
They're almost the same.
I mean, Greenland is costing Denmark money.
Oh no, I know what it was. It was. I think it was viral outbreaks that Greenland was the safest.
And basically, there's 50,000 people there, and the people can decide for themselves. If for example, they earn a nice check each, America will bring a huge amount of jobs over there because they'll put bases over there. So
there are bases. There's the Tulay Air Force base is in Greenland. It will be a target of nuclear attack.
Well, yeah, the whole bloody world will be. But the reality is, it would be good for the people there. Bring in a lot of economy. So,
is that a first strike base for us for like access to the like Russia and stuff? Last Dance.
I don't know. I assume it's part of the deal. That's why it's there.
Right.
It's halfway. It's halfway across the Atlantic.
We got a big one in Germany, right?
Yeah.
We got a big one in Turkey.
Pete Hegseth couldn't answer that question.
I gotta say it though, the Gulf of America has a nice ring to it.
Now, is it possible?
It's so stupid.
I love the Gulf of Mexico. I have nothing against Mexico.
Well, bless you.
Bless you.
The thing is, when he raised,
possible that he renamed it the Gulf of America because there's a moratorium on drilling in the Gulf of Mexico, and he's going to say, "Well, we're not drilling in the Gulf of Mexico. New oil platforms are drilling in the Gulf of America."
Who says there's a moratorium other than one we imposed on ourselves?
Well, the Biden presidency.
Yeah, okay. Well, we can just unilaterally.
I like the way he brought up the Panama Canal, which wasn't really a subject that I knew much about at the time, which I was quite surprised
he didn't bring
about.
It up. He threatened to take it over, which was.
He brought it up.
Well,
he did bring it up, yes, but he brought it up in the wrong way.
Who built it?
We did.
We did.
Has Donald Trump done anything?
100-year agreement to it.
And who gave it back?
We did.
Has Trump done anything dictatorish yet?
Yeah.
Yeah? He did.
Absolutely.
He was a dictator on day one then?
Oh, yeah.
No. What did he do?
He said day one. He said day one. Only for one day, just day one.
What did he do?
Get those executive orders in.
Well, he signed the most executive orders than any other president on day one. That is a dictator.
There we go.
Well,
He said he's going to
we'll
do it day
see.
one though. He said that. Only in day one though. There we
I
go.
was going to bring up the pardons, but that's the opposite. So I guess I can't use that.
Yeah, pardons. That's a good subject, by the way.
Oh, did you guys Oh, no. Duh. Everything happened this week. I forgot. Yeah, how you guys feel about those pardons? All 1,500 or wherever.
Fucking
1,500.
travesty, but none of my fucking business.
I like one of them.
You like
I
one
like
of
the
them.
pardon to Ross Ulbricht.
Can you and Steve explain this to me? Why you feel you feel good about it? Because everything I read, I don't believe in the pardon at all.
But the problem is he's been stitched up by the press. They made him out he's a murderer and everything. Okay,
Well,
just not the case.
He just owned a website and took profit from the website of illegal stuff, murder too.
Yeah, that's true.
No, but there was no murder. Was never proven.
Hitmen were
It wasn't even
hired
mentioned.
off the
Yeah,
website.
it wasn't even mentioned in the court case. The murder attempt or the hitman attempt.
No, but it
It's
was
just nonsense.
It was considered in his sentencing.
Yeah, fucking that works well, doesn't it?
So the way I looked at this, he's the manufacturer, like a car. If a car kills somebody, you can't sue the manufacturer unless the car had problems. I look at it as the owner of the car that gave the key to somebody that did something wrong, that knowing that they were going to do something wrong.
He's more like a owner of a liquor store.
Yeah, was it 2 life sentences and 40 years?
I don't agree with that. Don't get me wrong, but like a full pardon.
Why not?
Well, he did serve 11 years, so.
Yeah, and he served more time than anyone on that website that serves of all accounts.
Did he get a full pardon? I don't remember. Or was
Yeah,
he
he
just
did. He did.
Yeah, he's full pardon, man.
Okay.
But like I said on the Discord, you pardon him, but now you make the cartel as terrorists that we can go after now.
But Biscuit, you know you're saying about the J6 people. So say for example, you're a J6 prisoner. That's all you did was enter the grounds well after the violence had happened or finished, and
I agree. Them guys maybe should have got a lighter sentence or a pardon, but there were some violent people that he shouldn't have pardoned. I think. But at the end of the day, I'm not American, and I've got no skin in game.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. As long as you, like I said, you gave away on the non-violent people that you know basically just got caught in the moment, but didn't do anything at all. They just went along. Yeah. Fair enough. You can.
Maybe people that harmed police officers or people that vandalized officers, they should have been given and kept the sentencing. But people that just walked in and walked out.
Here we go, guys. We're going to do something very rare here. You're
going to do a poll.
We're going to do a poll, and this is the question from Michael Smerconish today on CNN on his TV show, and I'm going to just steal his poll question and put it here word for word. And what the fuck happened? Why isn't it going on? Okay, start poll.
The Uriki guy, you know the Uriki guy, the head of the Proud Boys, the Latino guy, that's supposed to be a far right
Enrique Tarrio.
Yes, a far right racist, supposedly. Now, which is always crazy because the group's now classed as that, yet the leader is a Latino chap.
That's too long.
But he sentenced to 17 years.
He was
18 years. 18 years.
18 years, and his crime, I believe, was that he made a phone call and told him to stay. I think that was his totality. He wasn't even in the state.
Yeah, I mean,
18 years. Fucking hell.
I didn't agree with his sentence, for one. But I don't think that pardons should be granted en masse. Every pardon should be the result of carefully considering the individual's case.
Yeah, preemptive ones especially, ones where
Well, I don't. Preemptive ones should be extremely narrow at best.
well, as long as your name's Biden, we'll stick you in the hat.
You know, he messed up with Hunter's pardon because he pardoned him for everything, no matter what he did. You know, and Hunter was pretty wild. He could have killed somebody during those years that he was pardoned for. So when he made the pardons on his last day for Fauci and so forth, he added a qualification that these were only for non-violent offenses that they may be
Oh,
charged.
yeah.
But the
Yes.
pardons would only cover federal offenses anyways, right?
But for
But
Hunter,
only
it was
non-violent ones.
but for Hunter, it was for everything, was it?
Yes, the pardons could only cover federal
Wow.
offenses.
Right.
Now, Biden is still liable if he violated state laws during that
Yeah.
period.
I mean, so my question was, so most of you guys think here, is it true that the non-violent offenders on J6 may have deserved a commutation or a pardon?
It depends. It depends on the individual case. I would think that nonviolent offenders might have deserved a pardon or a commutation. Violent offenders should never be considered for a pardon. At best, a commutation.
What's that? Another it's a review of the sentence. Is that what the commutation is?
Well, commutation
says,
is reduction of sentence.
Yeah,
I think violent criminals and vandalism criminals, they should not have got a pardon.
I agree. No. If you broke a window, no pardon for you.
Yeah.
Well, let's
If
go a
you
little
defaced
further.
something, if you spray painted something or threw paint or whatever, no.
How about the guys who snagged that cop's taser and then tased him in the neck with it? What do you think they should get?
They should get a pretty long sentence.
They got pardoned.
They should never have gotten pardoned.
No.
And now this brings up the question of the Royal Fraternal Order of Police Officers Association, whatever it is. It's a huge group. What is it? It's not royal. I threw that in for comedy's sake.
That sets a precedent that if you do it for Trump, you get off scot-free.
Okay, so let me jump in here. He gave pardons to child molesters. Biden did. Okay, so I understand your point, but in the grand scheme of things,
yeah, but it's not a kid for.
I'm not defending Biden at all.
It should never be defensible.
No.
Use
What you
somebody
said
else's wrongdoings to excuse.
No, I understand that, but
I didn't even know that was the case. But that's disgusting.
What Biscuit said was so what it means is that Trump was just, and I was like, yeah, but they all do it, and there was the example. And what's really?
Yeah, but he didn't. You said he was claims he was a child molester. He didn't molest that child in the name of Biden, and that's why he got committed. These guys did it in the name of Trump, and that's why they got. That's what Biscuit's saying.
No, he didn't say anything like that. You said it.
I did. I said
no. It's exactly what he said.
If they do anything in the name of Trump,
right,
they get off scot-free.
Oh, right.
Right.
I see. Well, you could think that, but a lot of them have spent at least 3.5 years in prison. Some a bit less. They were going to serve maybe a couple of years more. So,
well, do you think that Smokesteve gave the example of the guy that took the taser and what did you say? Two guys?
I've already given up that point. Violent people, they would have to have their cases individually assessed.
Okay.
But yeah, no. I don't think there should have been a blanket ban or release on violent offenders. I understand why Trump done it for, mind you.
You understand why he did it?
Yeah, he said basically, if Biden can just preemptive 6 members of his family, and the amount and the characters he done the same thing too.
You think if Biden didn't do that, Trump wouldn't have?
Well, it would have been it would have been a harder move to pull. It would have been a harder move to pull, even though that.
Why? Why would it have been harder move to pull?
Because now at the moment the legacy media and the Democrats can't really come back really hard
It would
because
have made
Joe
a damn bit of difference.
Joe Biden's up to his neck in it.
Yeah.
True. I mean, they've got no moral high ground. That's why. He said, "Well, you've blown it. I'm gonna do this now." And there's not much you can say on the subject. And basically, there isn't, because every time they bring it up, they get kicked back.
I mean, I don't want to agree, but when Biden started pardoning family members and people started saying, this is going to make it a lot easier for
Preemptively.
Trump when it comes around to January 6th, because I don't know. I don't really see the connection there. It's a case-by-case basis. Just because Biden did some potentially nefarious pardons or whatever you want to call them, I don't think that gives Trump free reign to pardon
I don't know
guys who beat up police officers.
Why would you even want to? Why is it? It's like, I really want to pardon some guy who beat up a police officer, but I need an excuse. Oh yeah, Biden pardoned his family. Now I have an excuse.
Right.
Why would you even want to let somebody go who tased a police officer?
Right. It's ridiculous.
I guess because they did it in his name.
That's a reason to not let him go.
Right.
If one of his claims was that I told them to do everything peacefully. I didn't tell them to riot.
Yeah.
Well, what does it say if you give a pardon to the people that did riot, that did commit the violence? It says that you never really meant it when you told them that you wanted to do it peacefully, that you really did want the violence, or at least you were more than happy with the result. And I don't know. It's a mistake. It's wrong. I don't know why he did it. It's like he's too lazy to look at each individual case, or he really didn't care. He just wanted to get part of his supporters.
I guess he's listening to his constituents.
I mean, one positive thing I can say is that he stuck to a promise that he made. That's something that a lot of politicians don't do.
Actually, he did say, I remember, that he would only pardon nonviolent.
Did he?
Sixers.
I think he did.
So he didn't. Oh, right. So he didn't even stick to his guns.
No, he didn't.
Lazy bastard.
Yeah, because the goalposts were moved by Joe, so he moved them.
No, the goalposts.
That's an excuse. He should stick to his guns no matter what anyone else does.
Of course, it's an excuse. That's exactly what it is.
I mean,
Trump should have been. Trump should have been the better man and took the high road instead of
exactly.
Okay, so just for the chat, Snoops, fact check. Yes, Biden commuted sentences of Chinese spies and sex offenders. Here's what else we found out. It's there.
Yeah, Biden's a cunt. So's Trump.
Well, are you talking about the death penalty cases where he commuted it to life in prison?
No, I'm on about. Let me get it up. Commuted sentences of Chinese spies and sex. I'll go through it if you want me
to. Okay, well, I'll let you get that up.
So, Joe Biden pardoned 2 Chinese spies and a relative of high-ranking Communist Party, caught with thousands of images of child stuff.
When you say stuff like that, it just, to me, and this is just to me, I'm not talking for anybody else, it just lowers yourself to be like, well, somebody else did something that I think is as bad or worse, so it's okay if I do it. I mean, that's...
Well, no, it's not what I'm saying. I'm just giving you the examples. I'm giving you the reasons why Trump has done what he's done.
You're just twisting it so it sounds acceptable to what I just said.
Well, no, I'm just pointing out why Trump has done what he's done, right? And then I pointed out that Biden released one of these child people. So I get your point.
Yeah, but everything Trump does is always a response to what Biden's done. Why can't he stand on his own morals?
It's not just me saying that. It's literally the whole American media saying that.
Well, real quick, yeah, Biden commuted sentences of Chinese spies and sex offender. Yes, mostly true. Commuted, not pardoned, the sentence of 3 Chinese nationals as part of a prisoner swap that repatriated 3 Americans These commutations were unrelated to executive clemency actions described as including nonviolent offenders. So he did do this. He pardoned 2 Chinese spies and the relative of a high-ranking member of the Chinese Communist Party who was caught with in excess of 20,000 images of CP on his computer. Yeah. He did not pardon them, but he did commute the sentences of these Chinese nationals. 1 convicted on child you-know-what charges, 2 convicted on espionage, as described by the Executive Office of Pardons and Clemency. I mean, that's pretty rough. Spies
I get Aphid's
other
point.
thing,
I do get your point, Aphid. But like I said, I'm just pointing out why Trump has basically done what he's done. And
Yeah,
and
but you can if you want to make the argument that Biden's a twat and a wrong one, then do it. But don't try and make Trump sound better than he is, because he's not.
Right.
I'm not. I'm just giving you the reasons why
Make
he's
the
done what
point
he's done.
separately instead of making it look like Trump's not as bad as he seems.
Don't link them.
Yeah, don't link it. Do it as a separate argument. It doesn't need to be that for that.
Exactly.
Oh, we're doing whataboutisms?
Well, it's not just that either. And Base, if you got something else to say, because I'm kind of going to change the subject, say it.
No.
Going back to the getting out of the Paris Agreement, and it seems like every time we get somebody else that takes office, everything's going to get reversed, everything's getting taken away, and I can't stand. I mean, democracy is one thing, but standing behind your word for what whoever did something before you did is something totally different. And I don't think that's democracy. I can't stand the way that that's going, because everything that now Trump did now, the next guy that gets in there is going to reverse it, and I don't like it. Not only is the other countries not going to, when we say, oh, well, we're going to do this or we're going to do this, they're going to be like, yeah, but you got like a year left in your, before the possibly somebody totally different comes in. So why would I put all my marbles on the table when there's a good chance you're not going to hold up your end of the bargain?
Has this always been this way, though?
I don't think it has, but maybe I'm just naive.
That's what I mean. I don't know.
I believe the preemptive pardons is quite unique to Biden. So he opened the barn door. So, like you said, it can now go on. It can go on to the next time. And like you said, it can be repeated and repeated. And it's a problem.
So it's going to take a stand-up guy, a type of guy that we should all respect and want in office,
Obama,
to end this shit.
Michelle,
and they should be rewarded.
Elon, the fourth
so
right.
the next
Elon can't be president because he's a South African. I mean,
they'll change the law. Don't worry.
The Supreme Court won't do that.
I just feel like generational now.
6-3 they will.
This is the way things are going, and this is the way that our kids are going to see to succeed, and this cycle is only going to get worse, not better.
Well, let's ask Last Dance. He should know. He's been around for how many? 10 presidents?
15? Yeah, I remember when Ben Franklin was president.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Hell of a guy.
Has this always been the way? When a Democrat leaves office, a Republican will change it back, and then when a Republican,
some things maybe, not everything,
not like this,
but not the preemptive. Yeah,
okay, that's what I thought.
The preemptive thing is not unusual. Is unusual.
I've never heard of any president doing that.
It should be very, very rare. But what he did a blanket ban to basically 6 members of the Biden family.
Yeah, that is unprecedented.
But if information does come out, doesn't mean there could be charged. But will we ever find out anything?
If you can still put the information out and discredit the people.
RW asks the question, how does that actually work? And nobody really knows because it's kind of unprecedented, and it's not. There are people who say you can't really pardon someone without a specific finding, without making specific. But I suspect that would be a hard thing to prove. What has to happen is somebody, like, they need to find something Hunter Biden did, that he was pardoned for, but that nobody knew about. Like maybe he did kill somebody, and then they need to prosecute him, and Hunter Biden will claim that he's immune, and they need to push that to the Supreme Court and see what.
So wouldn't it be if he killed somebody and then like brought them across interstate lines or
It would have to
something?
be a federal murder, right?
I was about to
Right.
say, it'd be a federal, not
Yeah,
state.
even
State
I know
can
that
still
one. Cross
prosecute.
lines, isn't it? Cross state lines. Another thing, though, you brought that up earlier on, and I think it's a very valid point. Like you said, it covered Hunter for violent crime and didn't cover the family. So, like is being suspected with the family, it's a financial thing. If anything's going on here, there's sort of financial dealings.
Yeah.
And Hunter, when you look at his background, the last Adams mentioned his background, highly possible there could have been something to do with grape or something similar, and even something as awful as unaliving someone. So yeah, makes you think.
I think the thing that's interesting here is
TikTok language. That's TikTok language.
it
Unaliving.
implies with that there was some crimes being committed when you pardon people preemptively. Either that, or I suppose he could just say, "Oh, well, they're so hell bent on getting us that I wanted to protect my family from it." But no, like,
see, that's funny. Here's what argues against what you're saying, Smokesteve. Here's what's arguing against that it was done to prevent someone from retaliating. The fact that he only covered the years 2014 to 2024. So he didn't feel like he needed to pardon him for something he did in 2010, which sort of suggests that he knows that he did do something wrong between 2014 and
if you're gonna just blanket pardon, you'd do from birth to that particular point, wouldn't you?
Exactly. And if you as well, if you thought someone was going to trump up some charges, and I use the word Trump there appropriately, against Hunter Biden, then why wouldn't they trump up some charges from 2010? Well, that isn't covered by the pardon. So it does,
Is 2014 past would 2014 be past the statute of limitation?
Not
for
on
some
certain,
things, yes,
not on everything, though.
but not on everything.
so
You
what
might
you're
kill the
implying is that there was a crime committed last dance that he is aware of.
Oh, that's not what
And
he's
that
saying.
Well, I mean, with Hunter Biden, we know crimes were committed because he was a drug addict. So he broke drug
I'm
laws
saying
all the time.
more crimes.
I've
than what
seen
we
the
know of.
videos. I've seen the videos. He liked filming himself. He liked filming himself with Girls of the Night while playing around with a powdered form of Coca-Cola, and then generally with digital scales on the side, and then sometimes while on the phone to the drug to the.
So he's a drug
Coca-Cola
addict.
dealer.
So that's what coke is.
What was funny with Hunter, he would film himself complaining to the
I
dealer
have powdered
that
form
they
of
knocked him.
Coca-Cola every day.
That they knocked him. He was saying, "I'm weighing it. You've knocked me. You've knocked me." He's going, and I'm going myself. He's got no clothes on. He's with a hooker, and he's arguing that he got tucked up on the amount of gear. It's so funny.
If you dehydrate Coca-Cola, what do you get? You just get brown sugar.
Caramel color.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm still trying to get to the bottom of this. Are we saying that he preemptively pardoned him for crimes that he did know that he committed?
We don't know.
I would have to guess, but I would guess he doesn't know, but he suspects.
And would these be connected to Burisma and like payments and possibly fraud?
Some of it will be.
So yeah, so to a certain extent, and to his shenanigans with guns and drugs.
I mean, he knew loads about. He knew so much about the gas industry. He come out of the army because he got caught with gear on him, or he got a positive with gear, and he went straight to Burisma in Ukraine. It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, it is interesting.
Expert in gas.
I mean, expert in rock too. And in one of his videos, he exclaimed to the whore that he was with that he could find rock in any city, in any place, any town ever that he wanted to.
That's a
at all
powerful
times.
moment.
Yeah, like
Did
high
we ever
five,
find
brother.
out
You
who?
could find crack wherever you
Did we
go.
ever find out who dropped the coke in the White House?
Well, it was Biden.
No, we
wasn't it?
didn't. But I
It was
would
Biden.
think
It has to be
Hunter's a good
Biden
candidate.
because
Oh, Biden to stay up. That was his upper to keep him up. Because I don't think he was taking any coke.
no, not Joe. The reality is, right? Are you trying to tell me that the most secure place? It was in a very secure part of the White House as well. It wasn't General Pop like they made it out to be.
It was the
Yeah.
Secret Service officer.
It's a classic Hunter move, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
you
Jill
don't
always
get
looked
patted
whenever
down for
Hunter,
drugs when they enter the White House.
Yeah, Jill.
Jill Biden, whenever Hunter was there and like there was video, her face would just be like scowling at him, like shaking her head.
Well,
Well, it's not her
isn't it?
kid.
It's not her
Right?
kid, and he was a fucking embarrassment to the family.
Wasn't she the
And,
babysitter?
Definitely,
Yeah.
adrenochrome would be more likely.
you know, he was an embarrassment. He was a rich, kid. He fucking got into drugs and just fucked up, man.
I mean, it happens. I don't. It doesn't bother me much that he was into drugs. To be honest, some people think it's great. It doesn't really bother me. I don't. I thought the gun case was all bullshit. It didn't bother me that he didn't admit that he was a drug addict on his gun form.
I mean, to be fair though, Jill could have treated Hunter because she's a doctor. It would have been her first. It would have been her first patient.
Oh,
I mean,
Ever.
wasn't he literally caught on film with his revolver and a crack pipe?
yes.
Yeah.
I think so. Yes.
It's
Yeah.
hard not to charge somebody in those cases because you can't literally say, "Well, my revolver was locked up. I wasn't in possession of it at that moment."
Well,
No, he
well,
had it, and he
how do
was
you know?
smoking.
I see. Here's what I would say if I was his defense attorney. It wasn't a crack pipe. It was just a glass beaker for chemistry, and it wasn't a real gun. It just looked like one.
And
Yeah,
then
but knowing Hunter, he most probably said it was gear.
well, wouldn't the prosecutor just ask him what was in the pipe?
No, on video he would have said it. On video he would have said it. Like,
Hunter wouldn't have to testify, but if he did, and the prosecutor could ask him what was in the pipe, and he would say there was nothing in the pipe.
I was just showing off.
Baking
I was
soda.
just showing off.
do was
trying
take
to-
Doing
Moss.
experiments.
I was
for the
trying to
camera.
That's
get
what Kate Moss
laid.
says.
After the claims of on video of him stating how he could find crack in any city, you're still going to stand by that last
Yeah,
line.
he was just. I was just bullshitting, trying to impress the
Right.
fine
Yeah.
young lady I was with.
The whore that he was paying for.
Fine
Right.
young
Whoa, whoa,
lady.
whoa, whoa.
Exactly. I'm
Because
with
she took the
Oppo here.
money.
Oh no, I'm not saying anything wrong with being a whore. She's just a whore. It is what it is. It's her livelihood.
She's a what? What's that word?
Why? No degrading women here. Come on.
Thank you.
It's
There was
not
a video.
degrading women. They're paid
Yeah,
prostitute. Is that better?
there was a Russian one that he paid off, and he paid her off on video, and he videoed it because he was concerned that she might have played some sort of game with him. He paid her like 20 grand. He literally he filmed it, he had a record of it, but of course that all became public.
20 grand? Jesus.
Yeah, it was.
I'm going to the bar. I'm going to the bargain bin.
I mean, the first thing I thought, I said, "Well, how fucking long we talking?"
Yeah.
I'll try and find it now. I'll find it. See if I can find out the amount.
Aphid lips so cheap. The only time he would have cocaine is if he was at an estate sale and somehow the dead person happened to have a stash and they were selling it for $1.
What? Look how cheap it is. I can't pass that
I
up.
can't pass that up. I mean, I never was interested in it, but it's only $1. Come on.
Yeah.
I'll speak. Me and my son, we figured out the scam at the the IKEA today because I'd never been to IKEA before, and boy, was that an experience. But we figured they have a plate where you get the meatballs, mashed potatoes,
Oh
and
my
peas
God.
Right.
for $10. And I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Where's the scam?
And so we found out that you can buy 4 meatballs, which they only give you 8 on the plate. 4 meatballs are only $1.50. So we paid for them
broke the
individually.
code.
And we just, instead of getting neither of us wanted the mashed potatoes and peas, so we got mac and cheese. And we got out of there for like $6. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it.
How's your stomach?
Easily. What a
Meatballs
genius.
from IKEA?
So, yeah, so if you go there, you're only getting $3 worth of meatballs. And you're paying $6.99 for mashed potatoes and peas. Think about it next time you go.
I don't go. We went once and we'll never go again.
When you get done with eating there, you can't leave. You got to go through the whole place, and it's
Yes,
not like
it's a maze.
I told my son. I said, "Dude, if they had a fire here, I think that there would be some problems because there'd be confusion." He's like, "Well, I saw a bunch of exits, where you can go out in the alarm signals or whatever." And I'm like, "Dude, there's still going to be confusion because." There's no definitive, like you got to follow these arrows on the floor, and it takes you through the whole goddamn place, and that place is like the size of a stadium.
Yeah,
Good point.
Do you
Okay.
enjoy
Too.
Do you enjoy the Costco hot dogs?
I only get the free samples from.
Jesus, that's how cheap you are.
You know that line was.
Wow.
I
Okay.
still remember that from like,
Okay.
geez, it must be like 10 years ago now.
It's got to be, yeah. My son was probably about
La-
5.
Lads, I found it. I found the thing. What do you reckon the going rate is for two nights with a Russian hooker?
How much?
500 a night.
How much that's?
Well,
100.
For an overnight?
do you get to
Yes,
see them
it's-
before you buy them?
I'd say
Yeah.
I bet
2 nights. 2 nights.
2 nights. Oh, I bet
yeah.
it's two grand probably.
I'd
2
say
grand. That's a good guess.
Okay, so this is the BBC. Payments included £1.5 for an exotic dancer at a strip club, 11.5 grand for an escort. We paid to spend 2 nights with him, and there's another one here. The sex workers likely give the names who went to Wyatt 25 grand to. I think where are you during
Are you on
25
Skid
grand.
Row?
drug
You're on
binge.
Skid Row?
20.
Well, 25 grand. That's the one
I
I
don't know
think
what you're
I
getting
see.
for that.
I know that just shows his wanton disregard for the value of money.
Right.
Rich kid, fucking
Okay.
asshole.
I got the
crackhead,
next.
Fuck
I got
him.
I got the next one there where it says he 1.4 million in taxes he evaded it during 2016 and 2019. A lot of it on crack cocaine, hookers, and everything else.
How
I
do you rate-
understand, though, he
rate that
eventually
off?
paid those back.
Well, somebody did.
Yeah.
Dad,
They were.
Joey.
Well, it's not like he didn't have his own money.
I mean,
The
I
Russian-
do fault Biden for being so. I mean, sometimes with, a shitbag of a son, what is he supposed to do?
Yeah,
What?
he's an adult. The adult kid's or he's not a kid. It's an adult.
I mean, why wouldn't he distance him from him a little? He's an adult, like you said, or an adult, or whatever.
Do you
Bad,
think?
flippant.
Do you think
Well,
Joe in the last
living
10
child
years has
might
said?
be why.
Do you think he said in the last 10 years that the wrong son died at any point?
What?
Well,
His son
the other-
Bo died.
Yeah, I know
Bo-
that, but
Biden.
who said that?
Well, no. Do you think he has ever thought in the last 10 years?
Oh,
That's not the thing a father would think of.
No.
Yeah, probably not.
never.
Of course it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Oh,
It is. It is. I mean, whether you like it or not, you judge.
an asshole father maybe.
Well, I mean, if you have one kick-ass son and one crackhead son who's paying
And
20
he
grand
was
for
he
You
was
still
a,
like-
nights with fucking hookers,
he
aren't you like?
he fucked his brother's wife, and
Is that
I-
factual?
yes. I tell you what the argument is. The
After his
daughter,
brother passed
the
away.
daughter.
Yeah, she's
Oh,
pretty
she
damn.
needed-
Fair enough. Fair enough.
The brother's yeah. Stop.
Well,
the
he
gra-
did it
the
in
grass
front of
is
him
green.
when
He was-
on his
the
cancer.
The grass is green, isn't it?
She just needed some company. She was lonely.
Yes.
He
was
turned
doing
her
her a
into,
favor.
he turned her into a crack addict. You know that? He turned
Is
her
this
into
the
a
one
crack
that
addict.
hid the gun or something?
I
No.
believe that people have agency, and nobody can turn anybody into a crack addict. You gotta willingly go there.
Oh yeah, but The Last Dance. Do you think she would have got out of crack if it wasn't for Hunter?
Who said she didn't get him on to crack?
Right.
He was already a crackhead.
Who
How you know?
said she regrets it?
Oh fucking hell!
I
Sorry.
don't agree.
Who said that? Last
I did.
Dance. He was trolling. He was trolling. Fair enough. Okay, I'll give him that. That deserves a response, I was thinking.
Last Dance, your whole people have agency argument is a little flawed in that there are times when people are vulnerable or maybe wanting something that's maybe not logical. When that person comes along with heroin, crack, or fentanyl and presents it at that time and then can ruin that person's life, it's not completely the decision or agency of the person.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, in the
talking
old
about
days,
you're
you
talking
called
about
it.
You're
You
not
called
talking
it a blue
about
whale with heroin. Sublime references in the song.
And he did turn out. She ended up an addict off it. So I mean, if you look at logically, I'm not saying it is the case, but odds on she would never have got her hands on that substance if it wasn't for Hunter.
Well, we won't vote for Hunter Biden for president then.
Well, I mean, come on, it's crack though. I mean, people know crack is whack. Remember?
Yeah.
Just
I
say
mean,
no.
come
remember?
on, like, I mean, I know people are in bad place, but even then, everybody goes through fucking just shit. Life sucks at times.
Yes.
So, I mean, even though we don't all choose to do fucking crack, and I'm not gonna, and even if I did, I'm not gonna blame somebody else for it because I was in a bad state. I don't know. I'm a little bit more on Last Dance. Defending Last Dance a little bit here.
Unless he fixed
buddy.
her when she was sleeping, she had to say yes. She had to put it in her arm. Well, we're talking about crack. We're not talking about heroin. We're not talking about heroin, but
crack.
I mean,
yeah.
crack and heroin are. I would say heroin is worse, but crack is pretty damn close.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we've all seen the white lips and wanting a cheeseburger, in L.A.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean that's
I
fucking
mean,
straight up Dave Chappelle.
I mean, the difference between crack and heroin, I believe, and I haven't taken either, is that with heroin, you can only take so much.
What?
But because you go unconscious and you just get high.
It depends on your tolerance.
Well, but the end result is you get high, and you're sort of not blackouts. You're just like fucking collapse out. Yeah.
It's a respiratory depressant. So
you do. Yeah.
too much and you'll stop breathing.
But with crack, you can just smoke pipe off the pipe off the pipe off the pipe off the pipe. So what now? I've seen this, and I've heard it from my friends. Right, they've done like £500 in a night, just on crack.
What?
Not 500 pounds. 500.
That's like $600.
$600. Yeah.
Oh.
British pounds, royal pounds, not.
No, he's not talking about the amount of crack.
No. Yeah.
I call bullshit on that one.
500 quid don't get you much, does it?
But they tell me they can. Yeah, they can tell me they can do more than that on it. Right?
Uh-huh.
They just get carried away, and it's just literally, So that's the difference. You just keep on going on the crack.
Yeah, it is the difference. I mean, I put 2 cousins in the ground who fucking died of heroin and fentanyl. So I know it's your own choice, your own agency, but I know like somewhere along the line, someone got them into it. And I know along the line, people have offered shit to me in my younger days that I turned down, shook my head no to because I'm smarter than that, Or maybe it doesn't have to do with intelligence. What does it have to do with? But they're dead, and there are people that do expose people to this sort of thing, And it is a nefarious thing. It's a bad thing. It's a bad look. It's a bad behavior.
Can you imagine like Christmas party at the Biden's house? I mean, just look at that logical, nice family. You know, obviously everything's on Hunter. You know, apart from all the other.
Every family has a black sheep in it.
Oh yeah, shagging your sister-in-law and then her daughter, maybe your niece. That's the accusation with the daughter, anyway.
It's not like it's incest, and she was no longer married. Her husband had passed away. I don't know why that's a big deal. You tell me. Is that out of bounds?
It is out of bounds.
Yes.
You're
not even trolling anymore. He's not even trolling anymore.
No, why is it out of bounds?
Sister-in-law. Think about this. Your brother's wife, your brother's widow. Would you go after your brother's widow, last dance?
Who says he went after her? Who said he went after her? Maybe they got together and they were comfortable with each other around, and things sparked up.
It's terrible. I call my sister-in-law sister.
What?
Disgusting.
Because that's what I consider her to me.
I don't have a sister-in-law, so I have no clue.
Yeah, but like, I call my sister, and I call my sister-in-law sister. They're both my sisters, you know.
Yeah, I feel like
they're that forever, regardless of what happens to anybody else.
I feel like it's not blood. You know, it's different when it's blood.
It's legal,
but when you make that commitment with somebody and you marry that person, then anybody that's blood to that person is off limits at that point.
Yeah,
it's a bro code.
You can imagine a Christmas party. Imagine a Christmas party. You fucked her. You turned her into a drug addict, and there you are, sat at the table together. What a fuck!
Well, I don't buy the turned her into a drug addict.
No. What it comes down to is like his brother's dying, and he should be like, "I'm just gonna let you know, I will take care of your, family forever. I'm not like, there's a certain honor.
Yes, that's what I was going to go with. Take care.
I know.
I guess if you don't see it that way, it's just how I handle myself.
Well, how long was the brother married to this woman for?
Well, they had a teenage.
Let's get down to statistics.
They had a teenage daughter. They had a teenage daughter.
Oh, that's cool.
The accusation is that he fucking rinsed the daughter.
Wait,
what? We didn't say that. That came from your mouth only.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I'll say it again. The accusation is he rinsed the daughter as well.
What's your source?
Twitter? But the daughter's blood, so that's totally even weirder.
You can't.
Do you think I would stop someone like that? After he fucked his sister-in-law, do you think it really matters?
Yeah, it does, because the daughter has his blood in him.
Yeah. He's her uncle.
And
what?
He pulled out. What's the problem?
That makes no difference.
Do you really think it matters for him? Do you really think that I was at his
Are they from Virginia?
Kissing cousins.
All right, someone change the topic. What are we doing here?
The surname was Biden, that's all.
How about that basketball game or football game? One or other.
Tomorrow.
Jesus.
Someone found the daughter's
I can't believe you.
It doesn't matter in America. They're both the same, aren't they? Basketball and football. You use your hands with both. You don't use your feet in football.
Yeah, it's a misnomer. It's a poor name. 1/20th of the game is kicking, maybe, if that.
It's the field goal, and that's it.
Field goal, kickoff, punt, 2-3 things,
It's so stale as well. There's no
proper
real
game.
And the thing is, when you're kicking the ball, it's like real static, stale thing. So once again, there's no real skill to it. It's just getting your foot on it.
Hold on, Mr. Kilsey won.
You fire from the center.
You're doing whataboutism here. We're not talking about the riots, bro.
We're jumping back to the January 6th.
Yeah, the poll.
Jesus.
Did you vote in the poll, Topple?
What poll?
You got to look at the chat on YouTube to vote in the poll.
There's polls.
There was a
I made a
while.
poll.
Oh, I see it.
Okay.
Would January 6 pardons have been defensible? Women commit acts of violence. Voted. Oh, I voted wrong. I lost.
You hit the
Yeah.
wrong thing. Good for
Damn it!
yourself.
I was never good at that.
no.
I'm never good at test.
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
I was under pressure. I swear.
no, just jumped by 5 points, so we know how you voted.
Wow. Yeah.
So
When you poll is that small, it does jump quite quickly, doesn't it?
I'm used to 4 options. I go with C usually.
All right. So what's Mr. Kelsey's one disagreement with here on the poll?
Jesus.
Where are we
So-
getting into?
Yeah, well, I mean, we have time.
He
Don't
doesn't
get
even
me
want
wrong,
us to talk about it, I
It's
guess.
been 3 years.
More whataboutisms.
Well, it depends what the
I don't-
sentence. I don't know what they were though.
I can't read all that.
What?
My,
It's like
my,
two
my-
sentences.
His eyes are so Chinese at this point.
Well, no. What the hell is this vote? It makes no sense. It's defensible with both choices. It's been 3 years. Compare that to leftist riots and the punishment dealt out. I didn't mention the leftist riots.
I think
So I
what
don't
he's
really
trying
get
to,
the
I
comparison.
think what he's trying to say is that the summer of love, where there was a lot of loving going on, looting and loving, that you know they didn't really get dealt with, and a lot of the rioters got off charges. I think that's what his point is. They didn't get dealt with.
That's completely problematic, but again, has nothing to do with January 6th.
No.
I agree that, yeah, mostly peaceful guys standing in front of buildings burning down, saying mostly peaceful. It's comedy. I mean, it's kind of fucking hilarious because they weren't peaceful. Oh shit! Look who it is. Late arrival. What up, dog?
Oh, I thought he was here.
Oh, we'll see if he
Ru-
votes.
Steve, remember Chaz and Chop? Remember that?
I still can't believe they let that happen.
Man, I was watching live streams from like Chaz or Chop, both of them. I think
Huh?
it was fucked up. There was like someone getting killed in front of me on fucking live stream
Yeah, I saw that.
in the car. Yeah,
Yes.
did he get killed? Did he get run over? Or no? He
No, you got
in the
shot.
head.
You got
Yeah,
shot.
okay. I was like,
Yeah,
what the fuck am I watching?
That was real. And
You saw
yeah,
that live?
Yeah.
the police didn't do anything.
They couldn't.
They were about 100 yards away.
Well, they have
No. The
they
medics.
signed an ooth to the Constitution. Why couldn't they just go in?
No. The medics couldn't do anything. The police weren't really there.
They wouldn't. They
Medics
wouldn't
are
allow the
good.
medics to go in there, would they?
Well, no, because the medics need to be protected, so they had to be escorted by the police. I have no issues with that.
And they
I
were
don't know
saying,
what you're talking
and it
about.
was funny because there was people that all of a sudden said, "Where's the police?
I lose.
Where's the fucking police, man?" He's thinking, "Wait there, you just kicked the police out of your outer government zone or whatever you call it."
Wasn't it Portland anyway?
Seattle and Portland, wasn't it? No, it wasn't Portland. It was Seattle that won it. One of them.
Oh.
Where
That's a
was
lost
Chaz
cause
and
anyway.
Chop? Where was Chaz and Chop? Where was it?
Yeah, Portland, Seattle, up in that zone. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right in the area.
That space is gone anyway. We don't care about it.
Portland's lost.
Yeah, totally. And here, let me just return to this comment. Eastwood Farm says, I watched Smirconish this morning, yada, yada. Not a lot of new to talk about. Smokesteve loves that dude. I don't necessarily love that dude, but we do watch the show, and I do like the show.
You bring him up every chance you get.
Who?
I do bring it up every week.
Like
Jump,
me
you
with
on a
jump,
point
you
that I
jump
hope
on
he-
his jock more than Base does on Trump.
No,
more
it's
than
not
I do
about
on
that.
Reason? No.
Yeah.
It's not about that.
No,
See,
not that
no.
far.
Not
CNN.
that.
Nobody does anything that
No.
far last
No,
year.
You're missing the point, Aphid, if that's what you think. What I'm trying to get
No, I'm obviously just giving you shit.
what I'm trying to get is for you guys to watch it, so because he just brings up a lot of stuff that we talk about, and a lot of it like actually lines up with what we talk about.
It's very rare for somebody in the media to be so nonpartisan,
Like
especially
Bill-
on a channel like that.
What channel are we talking about?
CNN.
CNN.
What?
All right, bring him in. Last dance. I'm gonna go grab some beer.
Do what? Oh,
Bring him in,
okay.
and I'll be back in about 48 minutes.
Oh,
No, I'm kidding,
I
like
love
one.
this.
Good evening,
Hi,
sir.
McGrande.
Oh,
You got a
my-
flannel on. It's cold down there, ain't it?
It is.
I'm skinny.
Oh, is it cold
you-
though?
How far are you from
No,
the
it actually warmed up for us. It's like 70. I know. It's ridiculous.
Are you sat close or further away
24 right
from
here. What's that?
Oh no.
Oh no, he heard you, bass.
No, I gotta do something here. Hold on.
All Turn the
Does it-
sound off if you can.
They got just for men for beards, if anyone's
That's what I was gonna say. Doesn't he know that?
beards and moustaches.
Do you know how many people have said that exact same thing to him?
What?
It's got to be hundreds, if
What?
not thousands.
Everybody
Yeah.
who sees it says it.
Yeah.
Biscuit.
McGrande,
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think somebody has commented on your beard not being the same color as your hair?
It's,
How many
uh,
times? Do you think it's
it ain't
1,000?
right.
You think it's 1,000 plus?
I don't know, but you know what? I'm an old man now. I'm retired, so
Yeah,
I take a walk down to the beach.
let it go
I
grey.
take a walk down to the beach, and
You got a good you got
the
a
funny
good proper
thing is
hair, mate.
people
You
notice
got a
me.
good proper hair. Allow it. Just allow the greyness, mate.
It's not that.
There's no. It's all natural, dude. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to go through this again. As Aphid brought up, I think it's an infantile argument on your part.
It started off as a joke, but
Because
I didn't
unless
end it like
you
a
wanna
joke. I was
meet
being
me in
sincere.
person
I was being
and stroke my
sincere.
Character
hair,
assassination.
I think it's so
No,
infantile,
mate.
and it's typical.
Can people in the panel back me up, please? I mean, it did start off as a bit of a joke.
I'm not getting in the
but I
middle
was
of
being,
that.
I was being,
It was
I
a
was
joke
being
from like 10
sincere.
years ago, though.
Yeah, but I was being sincere. Then allow it, mate. Allow the silver to come through.
Dude,
Trust me, man. It's your hair. Allow it.
you want to check my roots? You want to do it?
Yeah,
know what?
right. Just for
you know
me.
what? The beautiful thing that I like about this experience is that you are off camera, so I don't have to look at you.
Okay.
Right?
Nailed him.
Yeah, you got
Hey,
Yeah.
McGrande.
How
McGrande.
sharp
Good seeing
is
you.
the? How
He
sharp?
doesn't want to. He doesn't want to come on cam now because you'll see the tail between his legs.
How sharp is the joint between the beard and the hair?
Dude,
Oh, why you gotta do that?
it's funny because in the light, and I haven't been bike riding much, and you're my buddy, Biscuit, because you were out there, man. You were, even though you're on electric, and although the sun is severely mitigated at your latitude, you know what I'm talking about, and
Oh, I
I'm
don't
getting-
know. I drive a car these days. I haven't had my bike out in months.
It actually looks like I'm getting highlights because I'm turning gray finally. This stuff is starting to creep up here, and it's a process.
After
And by the way-
after centuries, you're finally going gray.
No, dude.
His social security number's 1.
No.
Nobody wants to know that, Mr. E.
Wait, I'm turning 67. I'm turning 67 in a couple
Oh,
of days.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Happy
Yeah.
birthday if we don't see you by then.
Be Monday.
Happy birthday.
Monday. Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, I have
67
an
great
agenda.
years, right?
You know what? You're gonna love this, tosser.
Tosser. Yeah.
Not
Talking to you
you
last
are my
night.
tosser though. My son bought a new Mustang today.
Brand new. The electric one.
No, not the
Okay.
electric.
Does
It's
he have a
it's the
stable?
low end model. And Aphid, you'll love this. He's got the wrap on it. It's black.
Oh,
And I shit you not. I had a Mustang that was an 06, which was the second year of when they tried to bring back the original model. And this car is awesome. It's like fucking. It's got a wrap on it. You know, the black wrap where they cover it.
yeah.
Yes, a wrap.
It's not glossy at all. It's
Matt.
it's dulled, and it was an ordeal because I hate buying cars.
hmm
You know.
Hey, McGrand,
Yes, sir. How are you?
you bought a car?
My son did.
Oh,
A Mustang.
Yeah. Mustang.
5.0.
Yeah.
5.0 ET.
No,
Yeah.
he got the. Was this 5.0 or the 6-cylinder?
No, it's a. No, it is. It's a
Tell us
six.
about, tell us about
six.
2007.
Those are
Yeah,
still-
but it's got dual exhaust on it, which we're
No,
gonna
it's
brush.
not
Wow, wow.
Those six-
It's the low end, but
Those
it's got
6-cylinders are fast as fast or faster than the Fox
Yeah.
body 5.0s.
and it's
were
got
back
the
in 90s.
supercharger in there, which is
Supercharger on a 6.
on a
Yeah.
V6.
And a wine.
Well, why didn't you just go with the A package or the what's the motor called on them? Not Shelby. They don't do Shelbys anymore,
yeah.
right?
Dude, I was in the showroom. The price difference was amazing, but
How
I had
much?
nothing. I had nothing
How
to
much?
do with this.
How much he spent?
Well, I didn't spend anything.
No, how much did he spend? I said.
It was like 46.
Oh my
46.
god!
Yeah, I know.
God.
I know.
For
That's
this old
crazy.
man, that sounds way too expensive.
Well, I agree, but
I mean, you can usually spend like 32 if you get one from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I know, but
You know how it works. 3 years old, they're 25.
I
4
know,
years
I
old,
know.
they're
Because
20.
Mug's buying on the forecourt, isn't it?
anyway,
Well,
I don't-
good for him
like I
anyways.
said, I had nothing to do with this arrangement. It was just an experience.
So he got himself a birthday gift for your birthday?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Well, maybe.
Happy
How did
birthday for me.
How old is he?
35.
Oh well, he can make his own decisions for sure.
No.
I got a tenant, an old guy who's got 2 Mustangs. He's got a Dark Horse and a Boss 302 or something like that. They're
Yeah.
both of them are fucking. When he starts them, I like to hear the cold start because they rumble for sure.
Yeah, no, this is not that.
Mine
Right.
was
But
obnoxious.
they had one in the showroom for $75,000.
Mm.
It was the big boy.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Same motor, just ground effects on it.
No, it wasn't the same motor. It was. I didn't hear it, but I could have only imagined what it would sound like.
Jesus.
But
Christ.
it looked almost exactly the same,
Right.
which
You're
is
paying for
well.
internal parts for all
I
of it.
imagine the interior was nice.
I'm not paying for anything.
Oh,
Just saying.
yeah.
I
McGrady
imagine
likes
the interior must have been nicer in the more expensive car.
It was. He actually waited like 6 months. He ordered it, ordered it, and
Oh,
which yeah, he built
6
it.
months? Wow.
Yeah, well, that's the
McGrady has German tastes when he drives cars. That's what he likes.
I like Italian cars.
Just think about it.
dude. I had
Gordon-
like I said, he had the we had the 06 Mustang. It was the basic model, and I used to drive it on 95. I drove the shit out of it. and my Infinity is 20 years old, but it's I had to drive it on the highway today for the first time
Oh, you have
in
an
a couple
Infinity?
of years,
Oh.
and it was like that front end's too loose for me. You know what I mean?
What?
So
That should be tight.
too loose. No, it's it's a 20-year-old car. So if you're gonna do 20, 30 miles
just getting
a day
broken in.
No, I'm talking about a different car.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Well, one of Gordon Ramsay's cars, it looks like a $2.5 million Mustang. It's like a really rare Aston Martin. But
Ow.
on a quick glance, you're like, whoa, sick Mustang. No, it's not a Mustang. It's an Aston Martin. But
The
$2.5 million. I mean, you know.
How does a car cost $2.5 million?
You know what? Last Dance.
Good point.
I got to give you a civilian's observation here from a coast watcher.
Civvy.
From Fort Lauderdale.
From a balcony buzzard.
Exactly. I see it all, buddy. And guess what? Even today, I drove where I haven't driven for like a year. You know what I mean? And I'm like, this fucking city is I can't believe it. We just had a unit sell in my building for like a top price. It's like everything they talk about, the demise and the destruction and
No. DeSantis,
you know what I mean?
The mayor or the governor, everyone's trying to move to Florida now.
Yeah, like what 15 years ago, McGrand, we all heard about half abandoned apartment buildings in Fort Lauderdale, Daytona, all down the coast, all with lights out, all for fucking years at a time in all these units. And now you're saying they're all going for top dollar. The times have changed. The tides have turned.
I'm not familiar with that argument, but
do you remember that?
All I got to tell you is from a coast watcher's simple man's observation, the shit, the fucking traffic. I see the license plates. I ride my bike. I got my bike fixed. My Uruguayan bike mechanic is selling his shop and liquidating and moving back to Uruguay.
Ship him out.
Yeah,
there you go.
He's illegal.
He's leaving.
No, he's legal.
First of all, he's from a country that's called "You Are Gay," so he's gotta go. I mean,
but Steve, in all defense, they have legal marijuana down there.
It's all right. I like them.
Okay, so anyway, I'm just talking about simple observations.
You know I've been to Uruguay, don't you?
Instead of the cloistered perspective of
it's
people
a shithole. It's a shithole.
Like BW, who lives in a fucking society that's anyway, sort of cloistered. And hey, I threw off the church long ago. I had the
very, very poor country, Uruguay. Very poor.
No, they're not poor at all. They're all European.
There.
You'll be happy to know they got rid of all the indigenous people a long time ago.
There's a super rich and there's
that'll make you happy. No,
just
you got a bunch of goose steppers
like Argentina.
down there.
I've been to Argentina too. You get super rich and you get super poor.
You got geese?
And sadly, there's a lot of poor out there.
Anyway,
there's not a lot of goose steppers left from the Third Reich. They're
not
doing much stepping.
They're all in Washington, Steve.
No, Elon's not in Washington.
Wales.
Here we go.
They're actually part of the federal government.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
I thought they were in Wales.
Lads,
start the engine. Here we go. What are you saying?
Anyway, I'm not going to guide the conversation. You guys go ahead.
No, I want to hear what your point is, McCrand.
All the goose steppers
in government.
They just moved in on Monday.
Yeah.
Oh, you're interested in my perspective on the new administration?
Oh yeah, the goose stepping.
Absolutely, I couldn't miss it.
Well, I
Elon Musk
honestly,
specifically.
No.
Elon.
I actually like Elon. I think he's a fucking.
He's an immigrant.
but no, he's on the spectrum. So let's remember that. But Elon is a genius. Elon is a friggin' genius.
I used to think that till he did what he did on live TV.
I know. But you know what? I'm not gonna leave him for that because.
Do you believe that, Biscuit? Do you believe that's what he was doing?
Wait.
No, of course not. It's just the optics. It looks bad, doesn't it?
That's
tell you the story.
He's got Asperger's. Have you seen him dance? Put down Elon dancing. Put down Elon dancing.
I know. He's got savant syndrome and he's a bit of a tit, isn't he?
Yeah, he daddy dances.
All right.
You see him. It's crazy.
He's on the spectrum. That's why. But Biscuit, I have to tell you a story.
He eats
my dad was a naturalized U.S. citizen, and you have to go through a swearing in ceremony. And when they asked my dad to salute the flag, he did that because he was part of Franco's army and didn't know any better. He was an American.
Your dad was a fascist?
Situation. No, he wasn't. He was forced to, but he was trained to,
I thought you were an anchor baby.
Anyway, so
drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill.
The old thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have mitigated it if it had just gone like this.
I know. He could have. But Elon is a fucking genius, but he's on the spectrum. And I'm going to give him that because I'm not going to be like the rest of those. Everybody else.
Is he a goose stepper, though? Is he a goose stepper?
No, he's not. He's not a Nazi.
He's from South Africa, and he's white. So you come up with the deduction there, buddy.
Well,
all right.
Right.
I'm not going to go into drill down into what his
but wait there. But wait. If it's to do with
South Africa,
if it's to do with location, then Trump's American and white. What's that got to do with the Nazis? Okay.
Well, yeah. Mostly white guys killed Nazis from America, but also
I know. It's like I said, it's a totally moot point, isn't it, Steve? Makes no sense.
Well, no. The point
he brings up that he's a
understand,
foreigner. He's from South Africa.
Your forefathers died killing Nazis.
All I'll say is that I had more respect. I had a lot more respect for Elon Musk about 6-7 months ago than I do now.
Because he aligned with Trump.
I agree.
No, not because he aligned with Trump. Just some choices that he's made recently.
Wait,
is he aligned with Trump?
What choices? Biscuit face.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Biscuit. Yeah, what is it that he had to go at the British government about what happened?
That's part of it. Yeah, when he did that, it's none of his business to be messing with the UK politics, is it?
Okay, yeah. So in October last year, Bill Gates visited Keir Starmer at Downing Street.
Yeah,
really nice, cozy meal. Do you think they just chat about cucumber sandwiches and coffee and tea? Do you think that's what they were talking about?
Well, who cares what people do in private when you but
it's public, isn't it? It's
yes,
he's a public servant. He's a public servant. He's a public servant.
Everything that Elon Musk has done, I found
in the public. He's done
it in the public, and it's all the optics that.
He doesn't care. He don't care about optics.
I still like Elon Musk.
Give two shits about optics.
Listen. I still like Elon Musk, but I can't deny that some of the things he's done recently has rubbed me the wrong way, and I feel something inside.
It was designed. It was designed to rub you up the wrong way. That's what he done it for. He done it purposely to rub you up the wrong way. People like you up the wrong way.
But I adored Elon Musk and everything he's doing for space and electrics and solar panels and
that's cool.
medical science things with his.
He literally done it to rock the boat. He done it to rock the boat from the one side going, oh, you should be talking about that, to the other side saying, fuck, someone's talking about it.
In a way, I agree with Biscuit Babes. My initial thoughts towards Elon Musk were somewhat of amazement of his ability to create these companies and facilitate growth and he did pretty goddamn well hiring and expanding.
He took a lot of risk and gained a lot of reward.
Dude.
And I'm not sure I love his.
But
personally,
here's what we have to understand.
Hold on.
Here's what we have to
finish this.
understand.
1 second before you start, and then I'll pass the mic to you, buddy. What I don't love is that he's inserted himself so heavily into this conservative agenda. And it appears to me that some of that has to do with his businesses and his making a profit, frankly. So I don't really love that. I did like his technological advancements that he's made are incredible.
Yeah.
3 things you can name: the cars, spaceships, and the internet access are incredible.
Yeah.
And don't forget,
incredible,
don't forget the neural networks that he's working on for Alzheimer's patients and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with all that stuff. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
but I don't love how he's inserted himself so heavily into.
And I agree with you, Steve.
Frankly, the MAGA thing.
I agree with you. They're mixing billionaires with governments, and you can see the conflict of interest there. You can visibly see it. But I'm not going to knock it back at the moment. I want it, to run its course. I mean, he's an exceptional person with exceptional qualities of getting things done. He's very good at getting things quickly done and efficiently. He gets the right people on the job and he gets it done. So I wouldn't mind seeing it, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead, buddy.
So, I was actually going to sing his accolades as far as the space program is concerned, and what we're dealing with the malfunction of Boeing. I don't know what's going on in this country. We're in serious trouble because our serious, and I think Last Dance will agree, our most valiant subcontractor, Boeing, is obviously going through some dire straits. And the only rescue vehicle for the fucking space station is either the Russians, who were using fucking rockets that we made, or they made 40 years ago, as versus Elon's new reusable system, which had a recent failure, which is concerning.
That was a totally different design. That was the Starship. That wasn't the Falcon 9.
That was the big ones.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. That's the Mars mission. That's the Mars mission. I'll give that to Biscuit.
The Starship was the last one, the Flight 7. They had just changed all the internals, how it works, because they were trying to make it more efficient, and they obviously didn't do a good enough job, and it blew up in space. But that's how Elon works.
In orbit. It never made it.
It wasn't quite in orbit. It only just done its first burn. To get in orbit, it needs to get to its to the highest point of the curve, and then it's got to fire its rockets again to get into full orbit.
Anyway, you're absolutely correct, and it only adds to my argument that
the Falcon 9 and the Dragon crew capsule has had a flawless record so far.
Yeah,
that's good.
It landed on the chopsticks again.
I think what I was getting at is, how are we going to get our astronauts out of the space station?
Crew Dragon and Falcon 9, no problem.
No, well, I think you're onto something, McGrand. International partnership with Russia.
Yeah.
Bring them back.
Exactly.
And the Ukraine war, everything comes to an end. Everything goes to sleep. People stop dying.
I'm sorry.
You're totally right.
No, it's
sloppy. I agree with you. I agree with you, McGrand.
I know you. I know that.
I don't think you'll ever use Russia ever again. Now that
I know
Elon's got
that.
his,
I know. I'm kidding. With
I'm
Greg.
saying,
he knows
I'm
that.
saying our only relationship that remains with Russia today is the space program.
Bingo.
Let's think CIA. Okay, we got to maintain connections. All right, they're fighting a war we don't agree with, or we have to keep our connections open. So if they want to rescue our astronauts and send them into a fucking dry fucking
He could
drop
blackmail
into
you. He could
Kazakhstan,
blackmail you. He
I'm
could
all with
blackmail
him.
you. He could blackmail you.
Oh, stop!
We could.
I'm talking sense here. You're talking
You,
nonsense.
you're near enough at World War Three.
We're making a
World-
leap here. Our base.
Well, you,
I know you don't like me. Just you don't have to interject.
no,
You don't have to do that.
look, I interjected something quite.
Oh,
He could blackmail
you're
you
right.
lot.
I have no.
He could blackmail. It's got nothing to do with you personally. The point is, I just thought that he could actually blackmail you because if there was no other way of getting the American astronauts down via and it would only be the Russians, he could
We'll
blackmail you.
sacrifice 5 American restaurants and astronauts any day of the week to save the national face. Okay?
Say that again.
Yeah.
I said the leverage you are inferring is false because we would sacrifice all of our people
Yeah, because you'd
before we would
blackmail.
do that.
You'd accept the blackmail. You'd accept the blackmail. Yeah, that's my point. You made my point for me. Cheers.
Wait. I don't know what you're saying. I didn't make any point.
I said the Russians could blackmail you with your astronauts in space, and you said
Oh.
we'll give about we'll give up everything for our people. And I'm thinking, yeah, exactly. You'll get sucked in, be blackmailed.
BW, what you didn't
You made my point for me. Cheers.
No. What you didn't hear me say was we would sacrifice their lives before we would do that.
No, you just added that.
No, we wouldn't do that.
The ISS
Yes, we would,
have had,
Steve.
the
Yes, we would.
astronauts and cosmonauts have got a
just
good.
added that.
The astronauts and cosmonauts have had a good record of keeping the peace up there.
I know, but it's down to Putin. It's not down to them.
It's
I
exactly what it is.
I get your point, Biscuit, but it's down
right.
to Putin.
All right.
It's outside the terrestrial happenings of this planet.
Putin can't do fuck all to them cosmonauts until they come home.
Oh my God!
I agree with you, Base. I mean, Basket. Face. I agree with you. I think up there, it's a different world.
So who controls the cosmonauts? Who controls the Russian cosmonauts? Biscuit?
I think they're all
who's the
going to
big
do what they
cheese?
can
Who's
do
the big
to survive because they're true fucking adventurers.
Biscuit.
I mean, imagine a bunch of people.
The
up in
Russian
space.
cosmonauts have a bit more integrity than the rest of the Russians.
Who's in charge of the Russian cosmonauts?
Yeah, he might be in charge, but he can't do anything while they're in space, can he?
No, how are they going to rescue the Americans? Oh, please stop it.
Shit.
They don't need to because they've got Elon Musk and all his rockets
in Russia, unless Putin is behind it. You realise that, don't you?
What are you on about?
Okay, so it's not like America where you have Democrat states, Republican states, and they won't work with each other because they don't like each other because from a different side of the political party. In Russia, it doesn't work like that. It's down to Putin. So it's up to Putin. It's not up to the cosmonauts because they got morals and they get on with it. They get on with the American astronauts.
He can't force them to push the astronauts out of an airlock, can they?
What? They're in a satellite in the space.
Yeah,
Branded.
exactly. So Putin has no jurisdiction in space.
You're not getting what I'm saying. This is Russian
What's
stuff.
he going to do? Is he going to send one of his generals up to fucking make them do something?
Why are you laughing, my grand? I don't understand you.
Because there are two cosmonauts in space on the ISS. I think there is a Japanese astronaut. There are 5 American astronauts. They're outnumbered. What are they going to do?
So what are you saying now? You're saying that the Russians.
I'm saying that the cosmonauts would not jeopardize any war by starting shit with American astronauts while they're in space.
What are they gonna have, a fist fight?
So for example, if Putin said no, they would disobey Putin. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
Okay. We'll settle that there then. We'll leave it there.
The cosmonauts in space, if Putin said assassinate those American astronauts, they would say no.
That's not what he
They have
said.
more morals
That's
than
not what he said. It's just we're not
obviously
gonna pick them up.
Russia won't rescue them.
Yeah, but
Well,
they're not
I'm not-
assassinating
do you understand-
anybody in space.
Do
That's
you understand
crazy.
it? If there was a world war without
Yeah.
nuclear, do you realise that would be a real big chess piece up in space if Americans were stranded? And you say, well, fuck them.
Well,
But I don't see a situation in the next 20 years where Americans would be stranded. We have Americans have more chance of rescuing their people than Russia do. They don't. They don't have enough.
4 years ago, did you think
Yeah.
that America would pull out of Afghanistan?
Yeah.
There'll be a war in Israel, Palestine, and there'll be another one in Russia and France. Because I didn't predict it. But you seem to be able to predict in 20 years that nothing's going to happen.
No, I'm predicting that the space thing, the ISS, will be fine in any situation, no matter what, because
Yes,
Russia can't do anything with that.
I agree with you that
Wow.
should be the case. Well, I'm not agreeing with you with.
I agree with
You
you.
think they would disobey Putin?
I think they would.
I'm telling you, and I'm telling you,
listen. It's the same. It's the same as what happened. Only I think it was a couple of years ago. Somebody told the people to fire the nukes on a ship, and they disobeyed.
That was like 20 years ago, but you're
right.
Was
it 20 years ago? Yeah.
Yeah. It was
they were told to fire,
captain.
And they said no.
Yeah, because he didn't get the right message.
There you go.
He defied protocol.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right.
Well, no, you just said he didn't get the right message. Just said then he didn't get the right message.
No, he got the right
made
message.
That claim.
But he didn't get the counter.
He didn't get the right message.
Okay.
If he didn't get the right message, then he followed protocol.
I'll take the pressure off him. Actually, what happened, it was a submarine, and it didn't get the second. It got the command, but
yeah, it didn't get the second command. It didn't follow protocol. It didn't follow protocol.
He did not do it, nor did his first officer.
And he was right not to do it.
Disobey orders.
No,
he followed protocol. Actually,
yeah, he followed protocol, so he did the right thing.
Yeah. Anyway,
So you made my point for me.
Any way to give you a way out of this,
you made my point for me again. Thank you.
Last Dance, are you familiar with what they're talking about?
There was a case of that during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Not 20 years ago, though.
That would be
no, it's more. It's 40
60 years ago.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what you guys are talking about in the 2000s.
I was mistaken.
What we're
I believe.
talking about is BW's effort to flee the field.
You made the point for me. You
in a most honorable manner.
He didn't get the second command.
So why don't you just
I've done you twice tonight.
BW, why don't you just take it?
You've done yourself on your own language.
Biscuit has sufficiently defeated your argument, and it is a brilliant thing for me.
Look,
two Britons.
I haven't defeated him. He hasn't defeated me. We have a difference of opinion.
Each other.
But I defeated you.
I'll agree with you that we have a difference of opinion.
And
you believe that they will follow their morals, and I believe they'll follow Putin. That's fair enough. But what McGrande forgets is what he said in his claim is that he didn't get the second command, and he needed the second command to fire. So he followed protocol, which backs up my point that he followed what he was supposed to have done. So if, for example, he got the second command, he would have fired.
All right, Tovarish.
So cheers,
Tovarish. Katala Tovarish. Because you sound like a fucking Russian agent. That's what you sound like all along.
Here
You
we
sound
go.
like a foreigner, and I'd say deport.
Deport.
Deport, baby.
Newport. Isn't that
Port.
isn't that a drink? Fortified wine.
Port.
What,
Yeah.
The simpletons. You people are scary. And thank you, Biscuit. You have brought clarity and calmness.
This is so funny to listen
Calmness.
to.
No, a calm argument.
I wasn't saying deport. I was just repeating what he said.
I know, but Biscuit is it's just like you're essential, dude. You provide us with sanity.
You're getting
Because
your
I do
knob
believe
polished.
that you yourself
Long
are
distance.
an American citizen, McGranda.
Well, me,
You have
they got
that
nothing.
much.
They can't touch me, buddy.
Right. I mean,
Freedom of
frankly,
speech.
Yeah,
Do-
it's scary.
Oh,
in the
McGrand,
debate.
He does
McGrand,
not have that though.
Yeah,
McGrand, did you get
to
your green
revisit
card?
something we had earlier, McGrand, if a person who is an undocumented illegal in the U.S. gets arrested and is put in jail, do you think the jail should work with ICE to identify and let ICE know that they have said person in their jail and then let ICE decide what to do with them?
no.
Now, are you saying that no as a blanket statement, regardless of the crime?
I'm saying that there are various degrees of jurisdiction,
Of course there are.
which means if I'm a state cop and I'm a state attorney general, I have no allegiance to the federal government.
No. I said in
And wait,
jail.
I have an
In
obligation.
jail.
Wait. All right. Here's the reality in America
Listen to
today.
the claim first. Listen to the claim
Wait.
first, and then
Shut your little bitch mouth
Oh
for a
God!
minute.
Oh my God!
I know. I said it.
Just finish your statement. Let's go.
All right. So he asked me a question. I want to answer it. So you have states have an obligation to carry out enforcement of state laws. They are not obliged to carry out enforcement of federal laws. So the reality is, though, is if someone does not have proper documentation and he committed a crime in the United States of America, he will go to court and be tried in a fucking good court.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want to ask? Do you want to ask the question again, Steve?
He
so we
will
can
be
answer them?
adjudicated. Shut your mouth. He will be adjudicated on that crime. He will go to court if he so deems it, and he will be exonerated or convicted. And if he is convicted, he will serve his sentence. He will serve his sentence, and he will be handed over to federal authorities. After which, for deportation, you can deport him then.
Deportation.
Yes.
Why not save government money and deport him before you incarcerate him and spend all the money on him for several years?
Well,
Really?
I appreciate that question. That's a valid question. Because due process is imperative.
They're illegally in the country.
No, we're not talking about that.
Yeah,
we're talking about people.
We are.
No, we're not.
Steve said
no,
we
we're
are.
not.
That was the question. McGrandy, that was the question.
That is the question.
Yeah, deport them.
Well, I mean, it's a simple question. Like, if they arrive in a jail and they're charged with a crime.
Simple question, simple answer. Deport them. Deport them because they're going to be deported anyway. That's nothing new.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Right.
So by that, then you actually backed one of Trump's major policies. Well played.
Well, dude, it's not Trump's major policies. It's been in place for the last friggin' fucking 15 years.
15.
No.
Yes, it is. You ignorant fuck.
Ooh. He literally just spoke. He hasn't spoken for like 10 minutes. He just said one word and he just ignorant and fucked it.
Well,
Very nice.
well, my friend, we're in a pub, and I'm talking to you like we were in a pub.
No, no. Do you want me to call you a fucking ignorant, inbred fucking?
Well,
no.
no.
So let's not go there. Let's put it decorum.
You can call me inbred all the time, but I'm probably genetically more diverse than you are.
Yeah, but the problem is you spurg out.
I know you're a
Stop
Welshman,
spurging out.
and dude, I've
Stop
seen your face,
spurging
and I
out.
think you're a little bit inbred myself.
Great.
All right.
Let's go into your genome. Let's
See,
work on that.
I didn't want to do all these like personalities.
Well,
I'll call you a
this
commie
is
and
what
stuff.
happens. We devolve.
But you know, when you start going really
no, this is
personal.
because of you. We devolve.
No,
because of you.
No, it's not. It's not. Actually, it's because of you, McGrand.
All right. Well, I'm pointing out things that you guys are afraid to say. So I'll rest my case and I won't say anything anymore.
McGrand speaks for me.
Don't go from.
I want to hear it.
Don't go from argumentative to fucking lights off. Just argumentative is fine. I think you fucking know. It ain't that
Steve,
difficult.
I'm not getting your message, Steve. Be more clear. Should I shut up or should I keep going?
No, just don't call Topple, who hasn't said nothing for 15 minutes, an ignorant fuck. With a real bitter tone.
All right. Let's go through the I'm insulted and the false dude. Base. We know who you are. All right. I'm not gonna dig anymore. I'm not gonna dig anymore.
It's not me you gotta apologize to.
You got the show, buddy. You got it. I'm standing back.
No, just can you understand calling someone an ignorant fuck, especially when it wasn't me?
It was you, by the way.
Well, it wasn't.
I didn't know what I did. I'm sorry.
Topple said one word, and you jumped down.
What did I say?
You said something, one worded. And you just go boom.
I said what?
You said something one worded. You just said one word.
I looked at my dog and said Lola, but
I might be there.
How many dogs do you have, Topple?
I just got one right now. I wish I could get more, but that's in the process. We gotta get rid of kids before we get more dogs. These kids are too expensive.
Is she friendly to everybody? That little rat?
No, she's not.
She's all over you like a blob of honey on the ground.
Because I'm alpha. I'm alpha.
Alpha.
How is she with the kids? Does she?
You are alpha.
She's great with everybody in the house. She gets to meet you, but she's a terrier. She guards the property, even though she's 20 pounds. She has that terrier trait in her.
Yeah.
She looks like a Jack Russell, but a little skinnier. But
not too good with other dogs.
No, she's great with. Well, my neighbor has I forget what the hell it is. It's a horse almost. They're best friends. The dog's like 200 pounds, and she's 20, but they're best friends.
Great Dane.
Awesome.
It's a mixture of two dogs. It's one of the big breeds. It's not skinny either.
Yeah. Great Danes are monsters.
That's nice.
I don't like Great Danes. Too lanky.
Dude,
you don't like Scooby-Doo?
Their eye color is
even.
No, Scooby-Doo is not a greyhound. It's a
Great Dane.
Yeah.
Oh, is it a Great Dane?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of what's the racing one?
Marmaduke.
Greyhound.
That's
Greyhound.
Oh, Greyhound. Yeah. Great.
Sorry.
Is Marmaduke a Great Dane as well?
Marmaduke. Yep.
Yeah.
You know what's another cool breed of dog is a Whippet. It's like a miniature greyhound.
They are. I was literally going to say they're one of my favorite breeds.
They're fast as hell, like insanely fast.
Don't need a lot of exercise.
When they're outside, they're fast, but when they're in your home, they're nice and chill as well.
Yeah, they switch off.
They're easy to laze. They like it easy.
Cute dog. I like them.
They're either on it or off it, and they switch off just as quick as they switch on. That's what you want. You don't want a dog like like a
You want
Springer
it. You want it
Spaniel.
to be fast and fun outside, and
Yeah,
gentle,
Yeah.
gentle and slow inside.
yeah.
A couple breeds I heard that you don't want if you're an inside person are Australian cattle dog and Australian shepherd. Those things are like insanely energetic. You want to
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're go boys. Those boys, they're out there.
yeah, you got to be on a
They're
farm.
herders, man. They're herders. They need to work they need to work the sheep or work the cattle.
Do you get many Springer Spaniels? That sort of type. We call them bloodhounds. So they normally used to they were like working dogs to get the pheasants and stuff. Yes, do you get stuff
Call
like
them
that?
bloodhounds.
Yeah, we call them bloodhounds, Springer Spaniels, and types like that.
Bloodhounds are completely different.
Yeah, I gotta look that up. Spinner.
Well, yeah, I mean, we got
Bloodhounds are howlers. They're trackers.
But
They're big boys. They're not killers.
you can walk them. You can walk them like in the morning, and they'll still want walking like an hour later. And you can walk them twice a day, like doing 3 mile, 4 miles walks. And the cunt still wants walking.
That's cute.
Like British collies as well, like sheepdogs. They're the same. They just never stop.
I owned a sheepdog for part of my life.
Why
It
you
was
hate?
cute.
Is that why you hate dogs? What did it do to you?
No, it was a good dog.
Oh, okay.
Satch. We named him after Louis Armstrong, the trumpet player. It's a great dog. He was dumb as a pile of fucking sticks, but he was all right. He wasn't the best dog.
You know how it works with the guard dogs is they have to be raised with the animals they're protecting. I don't care if it's chickens or baby sheep or what. That's what it's all about. They interact with them.
Has anyone seen this? Like, it's a Facebook channel, and what he does, he runs a farm, and he's got these big guardian dogs in there. He's got like one that's like the big alpha, and he's got about 4 of the dogs. They protect all of his cattle. He's got like sheep, pig, and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
On camera, they got coyotes and wolves, I believe, over there, and
Over there.
what during because it's all on camera, everything's on camera in there. And that's what makes the page. And this guardian dog, he organises the whole thing. He pushes the lambs inside safe, all sorts of stuff. He disciplines, and this dog just gets left out there, and he controls the other dogs, keeps them in check, keeps the sheep and goats and pigs in check, and protects all of them against wolves.
True boss dog.
Yeah, I've
That
seen.
was cool.
I mean, I've seen channels like that. That's a livestock guardian dog. That's going to be that's a
So
very
impressive.
large breed. Very large breed. Very
Most of them are the big white boys.
Yeah. Very
What
impressive.
are they called? I don't know the name, but Alcation or something.
Is it a Kangal? Is it a Kangal?
Oh, those are the Turkish ones. Those are big time. Those babies are fucking beautiful, man. They're like 150, 175 pounds. They don't fuck around.
The crazy thing on this footage, though, as soon as they hear a wolf, right, in the distance, or a coyote, it's game on, right? You literally bark. You push everyone inside the shelters, all the livestock, and then all the three dogs they have there. They all got their own place. They got their own spot. No one fucks around. It's fucking it's tied up in seconds.
You know what? The amazing thing I mentioned earlier is, especially with the kangaroo, is they raise them with the sheep when they're puppies. They put them in the pen with the sheep when they're puppies. They put them in there.
Well, they give them
And
spiked
they get to
collars.
smell. They acclimatize them. You know,
but don't they give them like spiked collars as well, like proper spiked collars? So
well, that comes later. That's
For wolves.
Oh hell yeah! And some of them actually have a forward observer. Do you know what the forward
Yeah.
observer is?
It's a cat.
Fucking cat.
It's a cat.
Yeah,
They bring
it's
in the
crazy.
farm cats. They barn cats. They utilize those fuckers.
And they team up with the fucking livestock guardian dogs.
Yeah.
And the cats will come back, and
Yeah, because they like
people
the cat.
don't really know what's going on, but it seems like the cats have some kind of communication with the
It's
dogs.
the cat
Like,
shit. They like to eat their cat shit.
they're letting the dogs know.
They
what's
like to
going
eat
on.
their cat.
Well,
they like the cat
there
shit.
could be an early warning system. The cats could be like
Anybody
birds,
who's
sometimes.
had a cat and dogs knows that dogs will raid the litter box. They like the cat shit. And if you ever watch a video from this point forward, watch a dog meet a kitten. He will smell his ass.
Oh, that's
Jesus
It's-
Christ. I'm
it-
going to throw
I
up.
hate to say
You,
it.
you have some
Quite
weird
Well,
hobbies there, Megami.
dogs,
Yeah.
dogs
Not
do.
serious. You still up?
I don't want to gross you guys out, but this is reality.
are?
This is
They
what's
can
going
get
on.
the smell of their
And all
health.
that cuddling and all that purring and all
I'm
that
gonna
shit.
I'm gonna
that's
take
going
off,
on.
Smokesteve.
Yeah, I'm gonna take
Last
off.
chance. Can I
Yeah.
go take a piss and then leave?
Yeah, I'll
Put
do
him on
that.
the pressure.
Well, I'm
Or-
going to
or
get off
should we-
because it's
should we
4:30 and I need some sleep.
Should we cut the whole thing off,
Just
fellas?
cut the whole thing off. Happy
I'm
birthday.
sorry, guys.
Happy
Off the-
birthday, McGrande.
Yeah, happy
Yeah.
birthday to Monday,
Happy
Happy
McGrande.
birthday.
Happy
We'll end
You
the
guys
whole
have a
thing.
great
man.
week.
Hasta luego.
Thanks for hosting, Smokesteve. Take
Thank
care,
Night,
everybody.
guys.
Appreciate it, Steve.
Later, Biscuit.
Got it, guys.
Later, Based.
See you, man. All right. Well, that came to an end quickly, rather abruptly. Sorry about that. All good. Let's just run over the chat real quick here, fellas. Johnny Grammaticus. There's a dude with a semi-wild coyote living in his house. Cool. I like that. Check him out. Less ass talk. Yeah, of course. Good call, Cup. Mr. E, Japanese Akitas, of course. Saint Bernard, can't deny the Saint Bernard with a jug of rum around its neck is one of the greatest images of dog ever. Working dogs, yeah, they're totally different from pets. I agree, Mr. E. Christopher Walken, always a great addition to anything Eastwood Farms. Johnny Grammaticus, Mr. E, cup of tea. You guys look like you've ruled the Eastwood Farms chat for the last, it's been a while, fellas. Last Dance pops in a little there. But thank you so much for giving us support. We're just out here talking crap, having a few drinks, having a little smoke. So everyone who comes here to be part of it, thank you from my heart. Thank you. And good night. Come back next week, y'all. All right, announcement time. Announcement time. Announcement time. Next week is probably going to be on Friday. Friday. Don't forget next week's show's on what day? Friday, probably. Haven't confirmed anything yet, but we're going with Friday. Friday. All right. Love you all. Good night. Go check out Scum TV. He'll be coming on at some point tonight.